Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Tuesday. We are back. Aylin, Spectre, it's good to see you both. How are you two doing? How was your day, or how were your days, I should say? How are you two doing tonight? Hopefully, everything went well. Tell me about it before we get into the news stuff and start talking about memes and jeans. How's everything going? And while I'm waiting for those, let me do this. There we go. Been a good day, surprisingly. How are you doing? I had a rough night, if I'm being honest. I had a rough night. I went to bed, for me, relatively early. I went to bed at 3 a.m., which is only 2 hours after I finished streaming, so that's actually really good. But then I was up for at least another hour, laying in bed, not being able to sleep, and then I only slept for 2 hours. So I got up at 6 a.m. and just basically was kind of in one of those... You ever have those days where it's like, you don't want to do much of anything, but even if you did, you're too tired to do it anyway? Yeah, that was me for most of the day. And then I took a 3-hour nap. Actually, believe it or not, my 3-hour nap only ended about 2 hours ago. So I'm doing better. Definitely doing better, but I can say that, you know, once I'm done streaming tonight, I'm not going to be up for a whole hell of a lot longer. That's for sure. So, kind of been one of those days for me. But other than that, I'm doing okay. Aylin, how about you? How you doing? Recovering from yesterday. Hey, totally fair. Totally fair. You and Lance put in a crap ton of work, so I get it. I completely understand that. Absolutely. Okay. Well, we kind of got news like across the board here. Kind of running the whole gamut of stuff. So we might as well get into it. So first article, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm more interested in what is actually being said than the editorialization. I read this earlier and I was like, oh, that doesn't sound good. So let's get into it. From VGC. I hope players don't forget we are people too. Final Fantasy XIV's Yoshi P on community crossovers and consoles. VGC marks the 12th anniversary of Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn with a new Yoshi P interview. So, he goes through everything and so on, but first and foremost, Yoshi P says via his interpreter, I've barely managed to sit down and press record on my dictaphone. Jesus Christ, dictaphone. I'd like to say thank you for joining us at Final Fantasy XIV on the first day of Gamescom right at the start. I'm sure you're extremely busy, so I really appreciate your time. He just... Right from the get-go. And this is... He was at Gamescom, right? This came out August 27th. So only a few days ago. So let's skip this, because this is all editorialization and all this shit. Now, let's start with the news about Final Fantasy XIV and Monster Hunter Wilds collaboration. How did the crossover start? When it's a single game, getting a crossover, it's easier to figure out who approached whom with the idea, but with both games getting crossover content, did Square Enix approach Capcom or vice versa? Here, I'm going to turn this down a wee bit more, even though there's not much more to turn down. Actually, Final Fantasy XIV development team and the Monster Hunter team at Capcom have a very long-rooted history and have a very long connection. It goes back to the days of the PSP, where Monster Hunter Portable 2nd G, or Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, was released. At that time, I talked with the producer and the director, and we used to talk a lot just about how things were in the games industry. So because we had that existing relationship when I came over to Final Fantasy XIV, the guys at Capcom very kindly said, Yoshida-san, since you're now in charge of FF14, it'd be great if we could sort out some of the collaboration, some sort of a collaboration between Monster Hunter and Final Fantasy XIV, and the eventual result was the previous crossover collaboration that we had, which was with Monster Hunter World. After that crossover collaboration finished, the team at Capcom told us that it was so much fun, and it'd be great if we could get another opportunity to do it again, and it just so turns out that at Gamescom last year, I met up with some of those Capcom developers at night, and we went out drinking. They told me that since it was so much fun last time, it'd be great if we could do something really big again, and so we talked about the possibility and said, okay, if you're interested in it, then let's do it. And so really all of the planning for this crossover collaboration started just 1 year ago at Gamescom last year. Because the Final Fantasy series is so narrative heavy, a lot of the fan base cares deeply about its storyline. Do you ever worry that with crossovers like this, some of them might take it too seriously and think, wait a minute, this isn't part of the lore or something like that? To which Yoshi P says, so I'll start off with the conclusion first. All of Final Fantasy XIV players and all of our fans are extremely positive. This applies not only to FF14, but throughout the Final Fantasy series. We have a convenient possibility which lies behind this thing which we call the interdimensional rift. And that serves as a door of sorts where different worlds can connect together, and it provides the possibility of bringing those elements into the story, much like the FF15 crossover that they have, or not, sorry, not FF15. Yeah, FF15, because that was where you get the car, right? The FF15 crossovers that they've done and stuff like that, they come through that rift. This time, too, for our crossover, we have been working on addressing each of the reasons why the Palico comes into the world of FF14, and also the elements which you saw in the trailer. Why they are presenting themselves in FF14 and how that connects with the story. We've been putting a lot of hard work into to present this narrative in the crossover content, and I think all of our fans are really looking forward to experiencing that and discovering it for themselves. In terms of the content for FF14, all of the lines from the Palico have been reviewed by the main writer for Monster Hunter at Capcom. Also, for our FF14 content, which will be Monster Hunter Wild, that's the Omega planets and the setting for the Omega planets. And all of the lines of dialogue on the Monster Hunter Wild side, our team has also been reviewing and supervising for that as well. So both of these elements are official stories which will be implemented in the games, and I hope that players will look forward to them. Which, okay, fair. Understood. I'm not the biggest Monster Hunter fan. I know that there's a ton of people that really, really enjoy Monster Hunter, and I get it. I have been adamant, especially over the last recent months, that Capcom doesn't give much of a fuck about anything when it comes to game optimization, gameplay itself, porting optimization, or anything like that, unless it revolves around Resident Evil. And unfortunately, the problems right now that are plaguing Monster Hunter Wilds is the same bullshit that plagued Monster Hunter Worlds. You have massive connectivity issues when it comes to multiplayer and trying to get multiple people in to play with each other. You have massive frame drops, and the game runs on PC overall like a pile of shit. The controls feel like they're set in concrete. Everything looks gorgeous, which is fantastic, but the pacing is so completely off-putting to the aesthetic that half the time you don't know what's going on, because the story is telling you we have to move quick, we have to move quick, we have to do this, we have to do that, and you're lucky if you can get 20 frames a second out of the goddamn thing. It's a very confused port. Unfortunately, just like Monster Hunter World was a very confused port, because Capcom doesn't give a shit. They just don't. And that's really sad. We're coming up for the 12th anniversary of Final Fantasy XIV. In its A Realm Reborn version, the day this article was published, as time goes on, does it get harder juggling the needs of the existing player base by adding new features while also making sure that it doesn't become too overwhelming for new players? Xbox players just got it last year for the first time, for example. You sometimes get the longer-term players saying things like, jobs should be more complicated, and others saying, no, make them simpler. Is it difficult finding a balance? First off, I don't know of anyone, especially with the people in my FC, I literally know no one that are saying these jobs need to be simpler. I think that's kind of always been the issue, is that they keep making changes and they keep making changes and they keep making changes, and unfortunately there are a lot of jobs for a lot of players now that feel like they've become redundant and are no longer needed, which is really sad. It's really, really sad. You've got healers. As much as I hate to say it, healers really get fucked. Think about it this way, right? Spectre, I know you're a tank. You're a paladin, right? Aelin, if I remember correctly, you're a healer. Was either a healer or a DPS, but I want to say you did healing as well. I'm a tank, right? Now, Spectre is a paladin. I'm a Dark Knight. Between Pally and Dark Knight, the way that the game, unfortunately, right now is set up, and especially if, with the big raids, when you add in your warrior, the healers don't really have to heal anymore. Nobody has to worry about the tanks. Literally no one has to worry about the tanks. Dark Knight regenerates health so fucking quick, it's not even funny, right? Part of the rotation when it comes to warriors is to literally heal yourself. Paladins, as a buff, not even in combat, but as a buff, because they're doing all these things, literally are just healing themselves and people around them consistently. Which leaves healers in a very, very, very weird position. Because, I mean, what does a healer do now? A healer stands back and just, you hit like maybe, if they're lucky, 2 buttons, right? I'm not saying it's an easy job. I don't necessarily think it's easy. I think it's stressful, because if, let's say, a raid fails, everybody's still going to blame the healer. But the job and the role of the healer, unfortunately, is really, really, really being compromised. Right? There are even times now where your DPS are able to do self-heals and things like that. I'll use Samurai as a good example. I'll use Reaper as a good example. I can't remember about Viper, because I didn't play Viper a whole hell of a lot, but I wouldn't be surprised if Viper does the same thing. So now you're taking another group, which is melee DPS, away from the healer's responsibility. So the only thing you have left is range DPS, and they barely get hit if they know what they're doing. You see the problem? So I'm not entirely sure make them simpler is something that I've ever known people to say. I think people are more concerned that there are jobs that are getting pushed to the wayside specifically because other jobs are becoming more and more OP. And Yoshi says, can I double check the intention behind the question? If it's more about the content design or if it's more about the job mechanics? The answer I will provide is very different. We have a lot of different elements in FF14, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood the focal points of the question. To which the interviewer says, job mechanics was just an example of one thing. It was more of a general question about how, with each new update, you decide the balance between adding more and more content without it becoming overwhelming. Okay. So Yoshi says, well, thank you. Firstly, regarding existing players, the point came up in one of your previous questions. FF14 is a story-driven game, and so the first thing that we place the primary importance on for new players is for them to play through the whole main story, and we want them to enjoy that experience. So we place the most importance on making sure the player's experience throughout the main scenario is as smooth as it can be for them, and we make sure to follow up accordingly to that end. Okay, fair. When it comes to the example of job mechanics, it was back at the time of Shadowbringers, so around 2 expansions ago, that we received a lot of feedback from the players that for the job that they were playing with, they wanted to have a certain action from another job. We received quite a lot of this feedback, and the general feedback was that they wanted more averaged out experience for playing each job, so we took that in and we acted on that feedback. But I think either way you look at it, there's no case of this adjustment would be good or this kind of direction of adjustment would be bad. In any case, I think it's more of a case of addressing the player's needs, and so when we get that sort of feedback from the players, we make sure to make our adjustments. I feel like there is a lot of this adjustment would be good or this kind of direction of adjustment would be bad. I will use tanks as an example again. Paladins, Dark Knights, and Warriors are insanely fucking OP. Insanely OP. Now, partially because they have to be, right? But to an extent where, again, if you have a tank who knows what they're doing, the healer doesn't need to touch them. And especially considering, depending on the raid that you're going into, you can have one of those three. Hell, you can even have Gunbreaker. I'm not even gonna lie. Gunbreaker's insane. You can even have Gunbreaker. And as long as you have one of those 4, and the person behind that tank knows what they're doing, you don't have to worry about much. That tank can fucking solo. Me personally, I think that's a little bit more on the bad spectrum. I mean, what do you think? But he continues, the thing that I place importance on is making sure that the player's sense of excitement is still there, and I think we always have to keep that in mind and make sure that we are working on that feedback accordingly. So I think inevitably that becomes the answer to the question. So there's really no kind of hard or firm, this is the correct answer, but inevitably that becomes the best answer that we take. When it comes to the next expansion, if we took on the player feedback that they want the jobs to be more complicated, and if we made those adjustments, then eventually we would get the same kind of feedback that we wouldn't be able to satisfy all the players. So with that in mind, we always aim to make sure that we're providing an exciting playing experience for the players. Having said that, right now we do have something really big planned regarding jobs. At this point in time, I cannot share any details, but I do hope that players will look forward to an announcement in the future. Okay, fair. Okay. The Final Fantasy series has been evolving ever since the very beginning. Final Fantasy II didn't have XP in it, for example. Yada yada. Okay. Main question. I wonder if you believe that maybe FF16 would have been better received if it didn't have Final Fantasy in the title, because players bring their own preconceptions as to what Final Fantasy means to them. Yoshi P replies, apologies if I haven't really accurately taken in the intention of the question. Regarding 14, 15, and 16, I think in the first place, if they weren't Final Fantasy games, then they wouldn't have been developed. And the reason is that because it's a Final Fantasy, there's so many resources and costs and quality assurance and efforts put into producing a title of that scope, which is fair. Also, Mr. Sakaguchi, who was the founding father of the series, said you have to take on a challenge for it to be Final Fantasy. We learned that from him, and so because of that, I've never once felt that things would be different if it didn't have Final Fantasy in the title. But as you mentioned, Final Fantasy is a long-lasting franchise, and now we have many, many players across the globe, so a lot of different players will have their own preferences on what they say is their favorite Final Fantasy. Some might say 7, others would say 14, others would say 16, and even other players would say 10. So I think Final Fantasy is unique in that because it's so long-standing, there are so many different titles in the franchise. And so when we develop a Final Fantasy and release it as the latest entry, there will be some players who play it and say, oh, this is the best Final Fantasy. And then there will be others who say, this isn't Final Fantasy, and we do understand that on a company level. Okay, fair. When Rod Ferguson was still at Blizzard, he was talking about the possibility of Diablo coming to Switch 2, and he implied that it could be difficult to bring a live service game over to a system like that, presumably because some players tend to use it offline. Would that be one of the potential sticking points in perhaps bringing FF14 to the Switch 2? This guy's kind of throwing softball questions at Yoshi P. I'll be honest. This is a very, very soft interview. Honestly, I'm not even going to read the answer to that question. It's boring. Okay. There are many games out there with large player bases, and Final Fantasy XIV is no different, which often have players saying, why don't they just do this? I wish they could just do that. Is there one specific thing you wish people understood more about the game development process? Of course, the players are our customers and they're paying money to play our games. So if it comes to the question whether I would give them a flat-out request to understand a certain aspect more, I think both from a technical perspective and a workflow perspective, I would not have that expectation toward the players. That being said, we do get a lot of feedback from the players, and they say things like, oh, I want such and such system, or I want this type of content. When it comes to the types of things we can do, I will be open and say this is possible, and give a timeline of we would be able to do it by such and such a time. When it comes to things we are not able to do, I would openly say that it isn't possible, or I could say that technically it isn't possible yet. But I would provide various types of answers based on the situation. So when I am asked these questions by players, I will be open and provide an honest answer. And when I'm asked the reason why it's not possible, it's been my policy right from the start to be open and honest about the reasons. Which, to be fair, in a lot of the Q&As, he's done exactly that. And I think that's really, really, really good on his part. I think that's awesome on his part. If there's anything I would ask from the players, it's that I hope they would be open and receptive and listen to the answers that I provide, because if they provide me a response along the lines of, well, that's got nothing to do with us, or that's not our problem, it would make me stop and think, okay, well, how should I answer questions moving forward? If anything, I hope that we would be able to have an open and mutual discussion, because at the end of the day, we are people, and I do hope that we will be able to reach a mutual understanding and continue to openly discuss the possibilities together. And I would also like to say something, not as a developer of FF14 or as a member of Squeenix, but just as a member of the games developer community and the industry. I attended the Open Night Live for Gamescom, and I could see all the gamers gathered from around the globe. As developers, it's our aspiration and aim to make the best playing experience for all of our players to enjoy, and I really hope that players will not forget that we are putting in our very best in order to deliver that experience for them. Of course, from a player's perspective, there are games which they might find fun, and there are others which might not have been fun for them. But at the end of the day, as developers, we are doing our very best to provide the best gaming experience for the players, and I really do hope that the players won't forget that. Of course, right now, around the world, there are a lot of big problems and very difficult situations. As a result of that, there is certain feedback that comes up on social media. But I do hope that players won't forget at the end of the day that as developers, we are people too. I really hope that we can work on fostering a positive relationship with our players, because we are people, and I really hope that we can strive together to work on that relationship together and really make it something positive. he is, I don't want to say regurgitating, but I think he's stuck in a circle. I think he's stuck in a loop. And I need your guys' opinion on this. This answer right here, right? This whole answer right here. This sounds like he's very stressed. It sounds like he's very, very stressed. I know when I was younger, when I was stressed, I used to get into this mode where I would say something, but I felt like maybe I didn't qualify it enough. Now, there's a way that you write and a way that you typically explain things in a professional setting, which is that of a thesis. Okay? You tell them what you're going to tell them, which is it should be your first paragraph. That's your thesis statement. Then the body of your thesis is you tell them, right? That's the majority of your thesis. Then your last paragraph is summing it all up and telling them what you told them. So it's tell them what you're going to tell them what you told them. That way you're qualifying in every step. But the problem with that is that if you take that and you become stressed, you just keep looping. And to me, this sounds like a very, maybe sleep deprived. I'm sure sleep deprived, but also very stressed Yoshi P. Very, very, very stressed because he just keeps saying the same things, right? We are people too. We are people, right? Doing our best. We are people. Like, he says it over and over and over again. And agreed, they are people. Finally, how are you doing in general? Which, oh my god, that is probably the most poignant question throughout this interview. Longer sentences often mean you are unsure about something. I don't know if longer sentences mean you're often unsure, but I think that when you have something like with what he did here, right? Open and mutual discussion. Because at the end of the day, we are people, and I do hope that we'll be able to reach a mutual understanding. Okay, fine. That's one sentence, right? But then, less than 3 paragraphs later, we're doing our very best to provide the best gaming experience for players, and I really do hope that the players won't forget that. Which, he already said up here, right? A lot of problems and so on, yada, yada, yada. But I do hope that with everything going on at the end of the day, as developers, we are people too. Well, yeah, no, because you said that. We are people. Absolutely you did. We are people. You see what I mean? It's over-qualifying. So he's saying the same thing, but he's saying it in a different way to kind of cover all his bases and try and make everybody understand. That's a very stressed way of responding. Very stressed. I wouldn't say it's longer sentences. I'd say it's just structuring the same thing differently. That's probably how I'd put it. So I think this interviewer going, hey man, seriously, how are you doing, is probably the best question he could have asked. You worked on FF14 for more than a decade now. You produced FF16, and you say you've been contributing to your opinion on 17. Are you okay? Oh my god, I'm so glad somebody asked him. Are you not creatively exhausted? Do you have a way of keeping your energy up? And Yoshi P laughs and he goes, oh, but I want to hear your thoughts. Looking at me today, do I look exhausted or burned out? And the guy goes, no, you're a picture of health. You look like a 20-year-old man. And he laughs again. He goes, then that's your answer. I'm all good. So he doesn't give a definitive answer. I'm sorry. Yoshi P, like, Daddy Yoshi looks great. Let me scroll up to give you the picture again. Look at this man. This man looks fantastic. He looks like he got himself a little bit of a tan. He's been outside a little bit. He hasn't put on any weight. He might have even actually lost a little bit of weight. He looks vibrant. But I'm gonna be honest, the man looks kind of tired. So I hope he's doing okay. I really, really do. I really, really, really hope he's doing okay. And I know Dawn Trail wasn't the biggest hit for people. I know Dawn Trail was not the biggest hit, and I know there's been a lot of backlash for Dawn Trail and so on, so... Why are people angry about FF14? Honestly, a lot of it comes from Dawn Trail. That really is the biggest thing. Dawn Trail is a... What's the best way to put this? It's disjointed. So, you go through the first half of Dawn Trail, and you're in an area where you deal with Wook-Lamont, and you do all this stuff, and that's fine, and then it just ends. Now, I'll get back to that first half in a second, but it just ends, and then the second half takes off, and it has almost nothing to do with anything that you just did for the first half. Literally almost nothing. It's not even in the same location. So it's very, very, very disjointed. Also, Pixel Pixie, it's good to see you. How you doing? You also have further complications with the voice actor who played Wook-Lamont. I don't want to misgender them, so I'm just going to say them and they. I don't really know. I haven't looked into it too much. But I do remember when they kind of went batshit nuts on people because people were criticizing the writing behind Wook-Lamont. And the voice actor for Wook-Lamont went nuts and lost their shit on everybody. The anger at the Wook-Lamont VA is so stupid. Well, here's the thing. And this is why it's very complicated. You have... I'm going to bring up Paint. Because it's so much easier to show you. Right? Like the timeline of events. Alright? Yeah, it's very, very... It's a lot easier to show you with a timeline of events, right? So you have... Yeah, that's fine. Dawn Trail come out, right? Fine. You have Dawn Trail come out. Great. And then... I'm just going to put it for blue. Chances are we know it's going to be most likely Twitter, so whatever. So, then you have people on Twitter. And you also have people on YouTube and so on. Different social media platforms. We'll just call it social media. We'll just use blue for social media, right? Who then go... Wook-Lamont writing sucks. And to be fair, they're not wrong. The writing was kind of crap for Wook-Lamont, as much as I hate to say it. She was a very, very one-dimensional character. There was a whole lot of nothing that really came from her. She never evolved as a person whatsoever. The writing was kind of all over the place. You spend most of your time when you're dealing with Wook-Lamont trying to teach her lessons that she needs to know as a leader, but then she doesn't take any of those lessons and actually use them as her journey keeps going. So really what it is the first half of Dawn Trail is quite literally babysitting Wook Lamont until you get to a point where her brother is constantly trying to compete because he wants to be the leader as well. He thinks he's the best fit. And the only thing that was done correctly for Wook Lamont is that Wook Lamont also came to the realization that she is not good enough to lead her people by herself. And it would be better if she took her brother's strengths as well as her strengths, and it would cancel out the weaknesses that both have, and they could rule and serve their people as a cohesive unit versus constantly trying to one-up each other. That was done well. But the problem is that that's the only thing that she took away from it, which means that literally everything that you've done up to that point doesn't actually matter because Wook Lamont herself does not evolve as a person. The only thing that you have managed to do when it comes to Wook Lamont is prove to her that she is not good enough. You see the issue? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. But then you also have... I'll put it out a little bit longer here. There. Second half was nothing like the first. Right? Second half was nothing like the first. And this is true. The second half of Dawn Trail has absolutely nothing to do with the first half. You get transported from what is basically supposed to be like ancient Mayan or ancient like that aesthetic, Mayan, Aztec, stuff like that, South American in general. You get instantly transported from that to something more akin to Cyberpunk 2077. So now, literally, if you look at it from that standpoint, you have South America, all of South America, versus Cyberpunk 2077. I like South America. There's a lot of really awesome people. Obviously, you guys are here, right? But let's face it, I don't think even the United States today could face anything from Cyberpunk 2077, right? So it's really, really, really rough. Now, problem with that is the voice actor. We're going to use purple. Sure, we'll use purple for the voice actor, right? The voice actor, she came out after Dawn Trail, and granted, she should be happy. She should be proud of the work that she's done, and I understand that. But she lost her goddamn mind, and I keep saying she, it's they. Because I know that they are trans, but I don't know which way, and it's they. They lost their goddamn mind. Basically coming out and in so many different posts and so many words going, if you don't like Wook Lamont, that's because you're racist or you're sexist. That kind of pissed a lot of people off. Like a lot of people. Now, also, again, to be fair to the voice actor, and I can't remember their name, there were a lot of racist and sexist people that did come out and shit all over them because, come to find out, they are trans. That's completely understandable. But the problem with doing what that voice actor did is that they're doing the same exact thing that those racist and sexist assholes are doing to them. They are dealing in absolutes, which means that it no longer matters what the conversation was, because if you disagree, then you're automatically lumped into one of those two categories, racist or sexist, and that's it. It doesn't matter what you have to say anymore. Twitter decided, go fuck yourself. You like this or don't like this, and you are definitely yeah, exactly, right? Twitter and a lot of other places, doesn't matter whether, I think there was some on the FF14 forums as well, they criticized the shit out of the voice actor because of what they had said, and said that wasn't the case at all. They were talking about the writing. They had no problem with the voice actor. They had a problem with the writing for the character. But now, because that person has taken to Twitter and come out and said, if you don't agree with me, you are lumped into probably two of the worst categories any human could be in this day and age. Well, now nobody wants to take them seriously, and they think that she's quite literally just a somebody who was forced in there for DEI. So then it became this war between the voice actor and Twitter and the FF14 forums and a lot of people in the FF14 community, and it spiraled. That's why people were so pissed with Dawntrail. It didn't have anything to do necessarily with even the voice actor, again, until they came out and went, oh, no, it's because you're either racist and or sexist. That's obviously a problem. So that's why a lot of people are not really liking Dawntrail all that much. That's what was going on. And it's sad. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's true. And I do like that Yoshi P says, hey, listen, guys, we're people. You may not necessarily like the story. Maybe you think we need to go in a different direction. I get it. But you have to remember, we are all people. And because of that, we have to respect one another. And instead of slinging shit back and forth, we have to have a dialogue. We have to talk. We can't keep throwing insults back and forth and calling people certain things and calling other people other things and so on, because that doesn't help whatever the problems are. And at the end of the day, we have to remember, we are all human. We all make mistakes. We all do things that maybe we shouldn't have. We all go in directions that not everybody's going to agree with, and so on. So when he says we are people, that's what he means. And I'm glad that he said it, but I also feel like he probably has taken a lot of flack over the last year or so because of everything that happened with Dawntrail. And I'll be honest, Dawntrail was also kind of a slog, too. Like, it really was. It was very, very, very slow to get to the point. In both halves, it was very slow to get to the point. It starts off... Both halves start off really good, and you're excited to get into it, and then after about 3 quests in for both halves, you're like, can we just fucking get to the point, please? You know what I mean? Like, it's rough. It's very, very rough. So I hope Yoshi P's doing okay. I really hope that the development team is doing okay. I know I've said this before. I don't think any voice actors should be getting shit unjustly, but unfortunately, at the same time, when somebody lashes out like this person did and just lumps everybody into categories that are groups of people who want to do nothing but hate and demean, and that had nothing to do with what they were talking about in the first place, it's a catalyst for what ends up happening or what ended up happening, which quite literally was just a giant bomb that went off. I get why the VA may have been angry, but at the same time, when a person takes that stance, it automatically makes me like them less. No, and I agree. And I do agree with you, and I'm sure that there were a lot of things that were probably said, whether it be in DMs on their Twitter, or whether it was just posts talking about, you know, using very derogatory slurs towards them and stuff, and I've seen some of those, but I'm not going to repeat any of them. But very derogatory slurs and calling them names and so on and so forth, and blaming their existence for being part of Final Fantasy XIV on, you know, political choices that were made and so on. There were quite a few people who did that. So I can understand the anger and I can understand the hurt from the VA's perspective. 100%. Nobody should be getting that kind of hate. But then to take literally everybody, longtime fans who are really just concerned about the pacing and the game mechanics and the story and the characters, and lumping them in with those people that just hate constantly. I mean, could you drop a bigger H-bomb? So now it becomes an us versus them problem. And that's unfortunately why Dawn Trail gets as much hate as it does. Fafo, what's going on? What were we talking about? We were talking about why people hated Dawn Trail. It's sad. It's a very sad situation, but I hope that Yoshi P, the production team, everybody at QA, all the voice actors, and so on. I hope everybody's okay. I hope everybody's moved past it. And, yeah. What do you mean, who, Fafo? The voice actors? Yeah. The voice actors. The voice actors catch a lot of shit for a lot of the time, no reason. I'm not saying that it wasn't justified in one specific experience, because one of them lost their goddamn mind and tried to lump everybody in as either racist and or sexist. Because there were a lot of racist and sexist people coming out of the fucking woodwork attacking that person. But they did the same thing that those racist and sexist bastards were doing to them, and it just turned into an us versus them. That's what happened. That's unfortunately what happened. You had a lot of people who were criticizing a lot of the things that were done in the game. Pacing, writing, characterizations, so on. Lack of different things that a lot of people thought should be there. I've even come out and criticized it. Right? But nobody should be attacking voice actors. Nobody should be attacking Yoshi P. Nobody should be attacking the production crew. And unfortunately, at some point, whether it be because a particular voice actor has come out and said, hey guys, we don't need this kind of hate, let's have a dialogue, or because somebody loses their mind, it shouldn't turn into a shit show like it did. But it did. No, it wasn't a guy. The person is trans. I can't remember which way. You know, like, I can't remember which way, but it doesn't really matter. I can't remember their name, but it also doesn't really matter. The fact is that one of the voice actors lashed out because they were so hurt, because they were so excited to play Wook Lamont, and they caught a lot of shit unjustly caught a lot of shit because they were being attacked for who and what they were, and that voice actor lashed out, lumped everybody in who disagreed with their takes as racist and or sexist, and it started a war between the players and between the voice actor. And then it got lumped in, the voice actor got lumped in with shoddy pacing, game mechanics that should be there but weren't, and so on. So then it became us versus them. Them being Squeenix, them being Yoshi P, and all of the voice actors, and all of the production crew, and all of QA, and the list goes on. And it didn't go well. It did not go well at all. Nobody, in my opinion, should be getting attacked, ever. Nobody should ever be getting attacked. You can criticize the game as much as you want. Fine. You can criticize decisions made. You can criticize the art style. You can criticize the pacing. You can criticize if something's broken. You can criticize if something is too OP. You can criticize that healers are going the way of the dodo because unfortunately, the job is redundant. But you don't personally attack people. And that's what happened. Sadly. So yeah, but in this article, it sounds like Yoshi P is very, very, very stressed, and I wish him and everybody over at Squeenix, especially those who have to deal with everything that's gone on with FF14 over the last 12 years, and especially those who worked on Dawn Trail and everything like that. I hope they're okay. I hope they're doing okay and they're taking care of themselves, because it's rough. It's really, really, really rough. And you're right, Corgi, that mess did get way out of hand. Absolutely it did. Next up, WoW's most ambitious private servers being sued by Blizzard. Now, there's a reason I bring this up. This is actually really, really, really interesting. We've heard of private servers being taken down before, but it's been a cease and desist. Blizzard is going full bore on suing. World of Warcraft developer Blizzard has taken aim at one of the biggest WoW private servers, suing its creators for alleged copyright infringement, and cited recent efforts to cannibalize and disrupt Blizzard's WoW player community. Core, what's going on, buddy? The server in question is Turtle WoW, an ambitious private server of the 2006 era WoW that has been active since 2018 and features fan-made expansions, additional playable races and classes, and new zones. Turtle WoW's creators recently made waves when it announced Turtle WoW 2.0, which aims to remake its version of the original vanilla WoW in UE5. According to a Turtle WoW social media post, one of its most recent server launches hit 13,000 concurrent players. Blizzard's lawsuit, filed in California at the end of August, alleges that creators of Turtle WoW have created, quote, an entire business on large-scale, egregious, and ongoing infringement of Blizzard's intellectual property. While Turtle WoW is technically free, it does feature an in-game shop where players can donate to the developers in exchange for premium currency. Ouch. Recently, Turtle WoW has been brazenly escalating its efforts to cannibalize and disrupt Blizzard's WoW player community by, for example, increasing its social media presence, partnering with video game influencers, and actively promoting a new version of its infringing game, Turtle WoW 2.0, Blizzard's lawsuit states. In the lawsuit, Blizzard is attempting to take aim at Turtle WoW's creators, despite Blizzard not being entirely sure who's behind the project. The lawsuit states that Turtle WoW claims to operate outside of Kazakhstan. Oof. But that Blizzard believes that to merely be a shell company that serves as a smokescreen to conceal the identities of the individual defendants, while also acting as a conduit for monetary and other transactions related to Turtle WoW. How's the night? It's not too bad. It proceeds to list several specific defendants from various countries it claims to be involved, but also DOE defendants that includes individuals whose real identities are not yet known to Blizzard. When they say Doe defendants, they literally mean we don't know who this person is, so we're calling them John or Jane Doe. That's what they mean by that. People are playing on private servers instead of playing Blizzard's. Blizzard is extremely overprotective of their cash cow. Well, yes, and there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. It's actually, this is far beyond what we've seen in the past. In the past, you had private servers where Blizzard would send out a cease and desist order, and obviously, because those people who were running the private servers didn't have the money to fight the lawyers or be taken to court, they went, okay, all right, fair enough, we'll back off. It's your IP. We get it. But they were also doing this out of their own pocket. Turtle WoW is taking money from people who are now no longer paying for a subscription to the original, well, presumably no longer paying for a subscription to the actual official game that is still being developed. Which is where the copyright infringement comes in, because they're talking about, oh, we're going to do Turtle WoW 2.0, we're going to recreate Azeroth in Unreal Engine 5, we've got new races and everything like, and all this. By the way, if you guys really, really want to donate to us, here, we've got an in-game store where we will provide goods and services for you so that you pay us and we give you currency for the game. That's also known, by the way, as RMT, or real money trading, which, by the way, per Blizzard's terms of services, is illegal. So not only are they infringing on copyright, they are turning around and they are doing real money trades for, or I should say, against Blizzard's TOS. In a statement on the Turtle WoW Discord via PC Gamer, posted a day after the lawsuit was filed, Turtle WoW team member Torta, who is mentioned specifically in the lawsuit, said the private server is here to stay. Challenges come to us often, and each time we're prepared to face them, the statement reads, we remain fully committed to delivering Turtle WoW experience that you've come to love over the years. Turtle WoW isn't the first WoW private server to be targeted by Blizzard. It infamously shut down a server called Nostalrius in 2016. That was a cease and desist, though. That was not them actually suing. Cease and desist is literally a letter that says, hey, listen, you need to cut the shit. We understand what you're doing. Whether we agree with it or not doesn't matter, but you need to stop. Otherwise, we're going to take you to court. Blizzard didn't do that this time. They just flat out filed a lawsuit. Several years later in 2019, Blizzard would officially launch WoW Classic, an official old school version of WoW similar to the one that Nostalrius looked to preserve. Since WoW is a service and users are given permission to play the game, Blizzard should shut down unauthorized servers. Yes. Sounds like they're trying to copy Red M and 5M. Kind of. A little bit, Calithia. How you doing, by the way? It's been a minute. It's illegal unless Blizzard gets a cut. Also true. But I don't think they care. And that's kind of the problem, right? Yeah. It's a rough one. And if I remember correctly, let me see if I can find it. Blizzard, Turtle WoW, RICO charges. I'm not even kidding. Blizzard Entertainment has filed a lawsuit for the operators of World of Warcraft private server Turtle WoW, which includes charges under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act, which, by the way, was literally put in place because of the mob. The lawsuit was filed on August 29th in the U.S. District Court in the Central District of California. Yeah, so they're bringing in the RICO Act. Which means what they're trying to do is Blizzard is actually trying to paint the people of Turtle WoW as a malicious organization that is trying to do harm. by illegal means. Doing good? That's good to hear. So, operating an illegal business, right? These are key points from Blizzard's complaint. Now, the court documents are out there, though. They can be read, but it's something like fucking 80 pages long, so I'm not going to go into that. But operating an illegal business. While Turtle WoW is free to play, Blizzard alleges it is a lucrative for-profit business, hence the store and the RMT. The server's operators encourage users to make monetary donations in exchange for in-game rewards like mounts, pets, and cosmetic items. Widespread infringement. The lawsuit claims that Turtle WoW has built an entire business on a large-scale, egregious, and ongoing infringement of Blizzard's intellectual property. This includes using and distributing Blizzard's code, game assets, and trademarks. Circumventing software protections. Blizzard also alleges that Turtle WoW profits by trafficking in and circumventing Blizzard software access controls in violation of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, so DMCA. Monetizing stolen IP by allowing users to play an unauthorized version of World of Warcraft with pirated client files. Turtle WoW allegedly profits from content it did not create. The complaint states that the defendants have made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from their operations. What country is this alt server in? The problem is, unfortunately, they don't know. And the reason they don't know is because people are using VPNs, and a lot of the people seem to be getting traced back to Kazakhstan, but there's absolutely no way for them to prove that that is exactly where they are. And most of the people that they are trying to find out who they are listed as either John or Jane Does. Broader legal context. The RICO charge is a particularly aggressive tactic for a private server lawsuit, suggesting Blizzard intends to show the operation as a sophisticated, coordinated criminal enterprise rather than a simple fan project. Beyond RICO and DMCA claims, Blizzard is suing for other offenses, including copyright infringement, contributory and vicarious copyright infringement, trademark infringement, and intentional interference with contractual relations. Blizzard is seeking a maximum statutory damages of up to $150,000 for each copyrighted work infringed, in addition to any profits made by the defendants. Long story short, what this is saying is that, let's say, in a perfect world for Blizzard, if they win on every single charge that they have filed against these people, they are probably talking about tens of millions of dollars. Something all while people could do is take credit card numbers and use it for unauthorized charges or purchases. That's true. Now, whether or not they do, I don't know. But I'm also not going out of my way to read this 80-page court document either. So, yeah. But apparently they've also been, like, they've also been backing and supporting monetarily social media influencers, right? Gaming influencers and stuff like that. So people are, according to Blizzard, there are some streamers, some content creators out there that are really going hard with Turtle WoW, but it's because they're being paid by Turtle WoW to do so, to outshine what Blizzard is still actively in development of. Blizzard wants to fuck them raw and passionately while making eye contact with no lube. No, there's no passion in this. This is quite literally hate fucking. That's what this is, right? If they quite literally what this is when Nestalrius was taken offline because Blizzard sent them a cease and desist letter. A cease and desist letter is one of those things where they go, hey, we understand what you're doing, we understand the passion behind it, but you need to stop because we're still actively developing it. We're still using the IP. This is our IP. You never asked us for permission to do so. And because of that, we need you to stop. And the people behind Nostalrius went, hey, you know what? You're right. Even if we don't agree with you, we definitely don't have the money to take you guys to court or to battle this out in court or be dragged through court for years. We'd all go broke. We'd be homeless. Instead of going down that road, we'll do what you ask and we'll take it down. And Blizzard went, you know what? Thank you. We appreciate that. And then, by the way, also went back and talked to a lot of those people in Nostalrius. Again, my understanding, the people who ran Nostalrius, to better understand what was going on with the WoW community private servers and what people were looking for before WoW Classic came out. So it's not like Blizzard just went, oh yeah, fuck you guys, we're taking our ball and going home. They actually did try to talk and get a feeling of what people were looking for when it came to WoW Classic. So there have been conversations between those people. These guys, though, holy shit, Turtle WoW doesn't give a fuck. And that's why Blizzard is literally going after them for everything they're worth. Blizzard could contact payment providers like Visa and MasterCard and ask them to block charges to this organization. Blizzard could not. Blizzard absolutely could not. It would have to be done through the courts. Blizzard is a company, and unless it is something that where you have transactions that are directly tied to the company and not in a case like this. I mean, literally, hey, somebody hacked our system. We need to call Visa and MasterCard and tell them any charges that you see from us until we report back, just don't even allow them to go through. They could do that. But if somebody else is going, hey guys, somebody is definitely not us, is doing a thing that we don't like because our IP is being infringed upon, Visa and MasterCard could easily tell them to go fuck themselves because it's not a court order. The one thing I do not get is how a company can sue for financial damages when there's really no way to determine how their sales were impacted. The monetary damages could be scare tactics to get them to stop. It's entirely possible, but I think it's gone past the point where Blizzard gives a shit. So they're willing to go full bore at this point. I really, really do feel like that's what's going on. Blizzard has sent out cease and desist letters before, and that's fine, but they're filing RICO charges, they're filing DMCA charges, they're filing copyright infringement, trademark infringement, intentional interference with contractual relations. Like, there's a lot of things that are being tacked on here, which means that they're trying to take them for every little fucking technicality they possibly can. If it was just a cease and desist letter, they'd probably go, hey, listen, if you don't take it down, we're going to have to do something under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. But obviously that didn't work, to True's point. Obviously that didn't work, so now they're just trying to tack on as much as they possibly can. So when these people are found out, and trust me, Activision Blizzard, especially being owned by Microsoft, will find out. By the time they are done with them, even if they don't get the RICO charge on them, they 1,000,000% will put people out on the street. They 1,000,000% will put people out on the street. They will take them for absolutely everything that they are worth. And I think that's what Blizzard's plan is. If B is treating them like a criminal organization, they could certainly just ask Visa and MasterCard to block charges. No, they can't. Again, you need a court order. That's the whole thing. Because let me put it this way. If for whatever reason I wanted you to stop streaming, okay, and I wanted people to stop donating to you, or I wanted people to stop subscribing to you, I could not pick up the phone and call Visa and MasterCard and go, hey, listen, this guy, Core Games, he's running a criminal organization and it's an illegal thing and he's infringing upon stuff that I do. I need you to stop that. Visa and MasterCard both are well within their rights to tell me to go fuck myself because there is no court order and there is no proof whatsoever that it is a criminal organization. The same thing applies when it comes to competing companies. The server owner's confidence in saying the server is here to stay isn't something they should be saying. Agreed. Banks do not want to be associated with a criminal organization, sort of like weed sellers cannot take credit card payments because weed's federally illegal. That's true, but the difference is that if you look at selling weed, which is already federally illegal, and it is proven to be illegal because they can just open up a fucking thing or they can go on to Google and said, hey, is selling weed federally illegal? And literally the AI will just come back and go, yes. Or you'll scroll down and you'll see all these videos about how it's federally illegal and everything like that. You can contact a lawyer and they will say, yes, federally it is illegal. It is legal in some states, but not in all. And the federal government deems it illegal. There is zero proof currently that shows that Turtle Wow is illegal or a criminal organization. That's why they are being taken to court. That's exactly why they're turning around and suing them. They have to prove for RICO charges that they are a criminal organization, and it has to be filed and deemed through the courts that it is a criminal organization before anybody can sit there and go, hey, this is a criminal organization, you have to stop allowing things to them. And it has to be the federal government or a court order that allows that to happen. Because if I'll use the example I used before. If I call up a bank right now, or if I call up your bank, not that I know it, but if I call up your bank and I say, hey, this guy Core Games, yeah, he's a criminal organization, then they're going to go, okay, well, what proof do you have? And if I say, well, none, but it's in the middle of court, they're going to go, okay, well, until then, there's nothing we can do. Because you are a private entity that is competing with another private entity. And there is no proof, and it has not been deemed proven that Core Games is doing anything illegal. And it has not been proven that he is a criminal he's the leader of a criminal organization or anything like that. Sorry, but go fuck yourself. Click. You might get them for infringement and maybe the DMCA. DMCA I could see. In copyright infringement I could totally see. Trademark infringement I could totally see. Intentional interference with contractual relations, again, that's something that they'd have to totally prove. That would be the big fight. But again, Blizzard's got Microsoft money now. And they got Microsoft lawyers. And Microsoft is one of the biggest companies in the world, right? We're talking, it's right up there with Sony. It's right up there with Disney. It's right up there with Yamaha. They could easily drag this out for years and years and years, and the people running Turtle Wow could be driven into such poverty that the problem takes care of itself because they can't afford to keep the servers running. They know this. So it's a win-win for them, because if they sue and it gets dragged out in court, there could very well be court orders, especially over international lines when they find out who's running what, that freezes the Turtle Wow servers. Now nobody can do anything, and the money dries up. They could absolutely do that. Not RICO, though. I think RICO would be a very, very, very hard thing to prove. Unless they specifically have, like, a smoking gun evidence. I think it'd be incredibly hard to prove. I really, really do. It's hard enough to get the damn mob or a cartel. That's also true. Yep. Yeah, I don't think... I know that there have been a couple of instances where RICO charges have been brought up and they've stuck. But generally speaking, that's a very, very, very hard one to prove. That's a very hard one to prove. So, right now, that's what's going on with Turtle WoW. But, I mean, what do you guys think of the situation, right? I know we've been kind of talking here and there between everything being reported, but, I mean, what do you guys think? I know what I think, but I'm more interested in what you guys think. This is happening because they're trying to make money off their game. Yes. And it's not only that they're trying to make money off their game, it's also because they are profiting with new content that is being made off of their original ideas. So, for instance, one of the things that Turtle WoW said is, we're going to remake Azeroth in UE5 for Turtle WoW 2.0. Now, I don't know what goes on at Blizzard, but I do know that for quite a while now, people have been asking for Blizzard to go, you should totally make a WoW 2, and it should totally be done in UE5, because imagine how awesome that would be. Whether they're working on it or not doesn't really matter, but it's been something that people have been asking for. So now, Turtle WoW has taken WoW Classic, they've added their own stuff to it, they're trying to do the UE5 thing for 2.0, but it's all being based off of what is still being actively developed by Blizzard. And there's your problem. And they're trying to use the word donations to sneak by the fact that they're literally having people pay them to keep the servers going, to make new content, and everything else that is based off of somebody else's IP. I honestly think Blizzard's in the right. Odds are they probably tried working with them before this, and the owners were probably smug and cocky. That's fair. Anyone trying to make money out of someone else's IP deserves to get the hammer for sure. Legally, yep, I completely agree. Blizzard is trying to ruin people with the exact same shit that they do themselves. That's how I see it. Yeah, I'd agree with that, but at the same time, they own the IP, so they can do whatever the hell they want with it. And I think that if people want to vote as to whether Blizzard is doing the right thing or not, they should be voting with their wallets, which they aren't. And because they own the IP, they have a do whatever the fuck we want and get away with it card, legally. Problem is that somebody else is also doing whatever the fuck they want with something that they don't own and are making money off of something that is not theirs. Right? It's the same kind of bullshit, unfortunately, that you run into with Disney. And I've seen it firsthand with Disney, sadly. Right? I'll use my example from Disney from years and years ago. I was just going from middle school into high school. My high school had a vocation wing. One of the parts of that vocation wing was a child daycare for really young kids. And you had teachers that would oversee, but most of the time it was being run by high school students because they wanted to get into, maybe they wanted to go into early child psychology when they were in college, or they wanted to become caretakers themselves, or, something to deal with kids once they got out of college. Somebody was really, really good at drawing and painting. And to make the outside of the building more presentable to kids, that person drew Disney characters on the building. They weren't paid for it. They volunteered to do it. The school said, okay, sure, not thinking there was anything wrong. A few months later, Disney sent a letter to my high school and said, if you don't take that down, we are shutting down your entire fucking school district, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. So immediately after that, next day, there's somebody out there with a pressure washer taking all of it away because Disney don't give a shit and they will ruin you. You got the same letter? Yep. This reminds me of that Nintendo lawsuit with that emulator. They got fucked. Yep. Absolutely. Here's another one. I was in college. Now, peer-to-peer stuff in terms of downloading today is that landscape is, or pirating, is very different from what it was back when I was in college. In college, we still were running off of things. This was after Napster got nabbed, but we still had things like Kazaa Lite. We still had LimeWire. We had FrostWire. We were even using a program that was very, very bare bones called C++. And C++ is what typically most people used in my college because it was very, very easy to use. And on top of that, we had T3 lines running all throughout the campus. So at the time, we had literally the best internet that you could possibly get with the fastest download speeds that you could get in the United States, outside of like government-controlled stuff. Somebody decided that they were going to download a copy of Pirates of the Caribbean on C++. Okay? Unfortunately, that copy of, and I can't remember, I think it was the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Unfortunately, that copy that they downloaded was being tracked by Disney. So sure enough, a couple of days later, Disney contacts the president of the college and says, listen, this is the situation. We have tracked it. You're going to do two things, and you're going to do it right now. You're going to expel that student, and you are going to stop any piracy from taking place in your college, or we will buy you out and shut you the fuck down, and there is nothing you can do about it. 2 days later, we had a massive notice put up, and the kid was expelled. And you gotta remember, this is a private college, too. So it's not like this private college. It's not a state-run college. It's not a university. Nothing like that, right? This is a private college. So amongst all higher education organizations, private colleges don't make a whole hell of a lot of money. Now all of a sudden you're going up against, or you're being threatened by, literally the biggest company in the world. Yeah, they're gonna fold real quick. As much as I like emulators, I'm okay with companies trying to shut down unauthorized development alt servers or emulators for modern hardware. I agree. And it's not necessarily because I don't want people to enjoy games. It's because of the bullshit argument that they always bring up. And it is bullshit, by the way. It's complete bullshit. Sad thing about Nintendo when it comes to emulators is they literally have emulators built into modern Switches of almost all their old consoles, yet refuse to put bitch-ass games on them. It's stupid. the problem is that we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. What's the bullshit argument? The bullshit argument is that people are using is that it's game preservation when it's not. Because if it was game preservation, they'd be doing anything and everything that they possibly could to petition these larger companies to sit there and preserve these games and show these companies that there is a high demand for these games to actually be present and available for people to purchase, maybe for like a heavily discounted price, but just ported to another thing. Because let's face it, how many people do you know of that still have a working original Nintendo that hasn't been heavily modified at this point? Right? I don't know many people that still have a Nintendo that they bought in the early 80s, or I should say mid to late 80s, that A, still works, and B, works well to the point where they can actually play stuff. Preservation doesn't have to be about demand. Preservation doesn't have to be about demand, but you have to have enough of a demand to show the company that people actually care. That's the point. If you have a game that bombed and nobody bought it, does anybody give a shit if the game itself never comes back? The answer is no. So if people don't give a shit as to whether or not the game comes back, why piss away the money or the time? There has to be a demand in order for money to be exchanging hands for work to be done to preserve or to port to something else. There has to be. If a game comes out for the original NES and it bombs and nobody cares as to whether it fades into obscurity or not, why would they bother preserving it ever? Not to mention, and here's the other big rub. Back in the day, the way that it worked for NES and Super NES and the Sega Master System and the Master System 2 and Genesis and Sega CD and N64 even did this as well. You had a lot of third-party companies who would be making games for these consoles that were not given the seal of approval by Sega or Nintendo. Now, whether those games were actually good or not is a completely different thing. But how are you supposed to preserve any of that if nobody cares about it? Most of those companies either A, have completely gone off to do something else different, or B, don't exist anymore. So how many millions of dollars would it take for Nintendo or Sega to preserve one game from a company that existed 40 plus years ago? And why would they do that if nobody cares? Nintendo wouldn't be the ones preserving said games. That's the issue. People who get said ROMs of games are the ones preserving and the ones that care and the ones getting attacked. That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. In fact, that's almost categorically false. Because if they were just preserving it, then what they would do is instead of sitting there and putting it on peer-to-peer sites, which, by the way, have been constantly taken down since the days of fucking Napster, okay, instead of going that route, they would essentially be turning around and going, hey, listen, I did the work for you. Here is all my stuff. And Nintendo would be like, okay, you know what? We might actually be open to negotiating that, right? Maybe we could start a thing where there's a preservation program where we could take your talents and you could help us with that. It's not untrue at all. In fact, if it weren't for those said people, then most ROMs on the net wouldn't be there. Yes, you're right. They wouldn't be there. The problem is that it's not for video game preservation, it's for personal distribution. There is a massive difference. Massive, massive, massive difference. If you go into a museum, right, and you see a priceless work of art, and somebody takes a picture of that priceless work of art in that museum and then goes home and prints it out on the best printer in the fucking world because they spent thousands of dollars on it and are then disseminating it regardless of whether people are paying for it or not, is that considered preservation? When chances are a lot of the games that Nintendo actually like has a hold of is locked in a server somewhere where nobody can get at it until maybe the time arises where they go, hey, you know what, maybe it'd be a good idea to bring this out, and you know, people seem to be interested in this again, and so on. Would that museum thing be considered preservation? No, it wouldn't. It'd be considered illegal. Because people are doing it for their own personal benefits. They're not doing it to preserve shit. That's the point. That's the problem. That's absolutely the problem. People keep saying, oh no, it's for video game preservation. Fuck off. It's not for video game preservation. It's because they want to play something that unfortunately right now there's no other way to play it unless you have original hardware. And regardless of what the reasoning is that Nintendo or any other company has for not releasing it or not porting it is completely out of our control, and people only see a very, very, very small portion of what is going on in the whole macrocosm of what Nintendo is, or what Sega is, or what Blizzard is, or what EA is, or what Ubisoft is. The list goes on, and they go, well, that's not fair. So then they rip their fucking copy of an old game that still miraculously somehow works, and then they go, here, listen, we're just going to do it for free. When literally, since before the time of the video game itself, they just go, oh, hey, look, you see this? See this fucking FBI warning at the beginning of your VHS copy? It specifically says, if you distribute this without permission, you can spend up to 5 years in jail. So is it video game preservation? I don't think so. They're using that quite literally as an excuse. That's what they're using it as. The closest thing that we've had to video game preservation is a thing that came out, or that was trying to come out, where there was supposed to be a digital library that you had companies like Nintendo, Sega, and all the others that have been listed as contributing to this website that would allow people to borrow digital content for a timed period, and then it would be shut off. Like a library, that is considered preservation. Unfortunately, because of the way a lot of those companies work nowadays, they didn't want that. Is that selfish? Yes, I absolutely agree. But the argument of video game preservation, the way that it is being used, is bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. Because it is only being used for private distribution and for private benefit. It is not being used to preserve anything. In 10 years, I guarantee you, the people right now who are arguing for video game preservation, any and all content fucking creators right now who are still relevant, calling for it, aren't going to give a fuck about any of the video games that they're arguing for now. Which means that they were only doing it, and they were specifically only doing it for their benefit. That is not preservation. That is absolutely not preservation. Not even remotely close. Here, let's look up the definition of preservation. The act of preserving something. The state of being preserved, especially to a specified degree. What specific degree are they specifying? There has been absolutely zero context. There has been absolutely zero specifics. There has been absolutely nothing whatsoever that has been defined other than I want it. That is it. That is not preservation. That is illegal distribution. Only people would care would be collectors. I agree. Collectors I can totally see. Or even the library thing, the digital library that people were trying to do for a while. That could absolutely be considered preservation, 1,000,000%. But this whole peer-to-peer bullshit thing, no, that's not preservation. That's illegal distribution. That's all it is. It is for their personal gain and their personal benefit, and that's it. Has nothing to do with preservation whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. Whether money is being exchanged or not, it is still illegal. Again, that is why on your copy of Armageddon on VHS at the very beginning, or even the DVD at the very beginning, it specifically has this big FBI warning that pops up. I can actually bring it up. Hang on. VHS FBI warning. Perfect. Look at that. This has literally been in every form of media, video media, since way before my time. Warning, federal law provides severe and civil and criminal penalties for the unauthorized reproduction, distribution, or exhibition of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs. Criminal copyright infringement is investigated by the FBI and may constitute a felony with a maximum penalty of up to 5 years in prison and or a $250,000 fine. This is nothing new. This has been around for a very long time. Archive.org is supposedly on a list of sites that support or facilitate piracy. I would not be surprised if they're on a list somewhere. Winners don't use drugs. Yeah, well, there was a lot of that stuff too. But this is something that was literally put on every VHS, every DVD, and I'm pretty sure in some way, shape, or form, it was on every HD DVD and every Blu-ray. Every single one of them. And it specifically spells out unauthorized reproduction, distribution, or exhibition of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs. So it covers all the things that are bad in terms of what is deemed illegal, and it covers all the mediums in which it would be deemed illegal, and is considered criminal copyright infringement. Period. That's why this whole argument of video game preservation has nothing to do with video game preservation. If they really, really, really wanted video game preservation, they would be petitioning these massive companies to actually do something about games that currently are stuck on old hardware that have nowhere to go because those consoles or that hardware no longer exists unless you buy it secondhand, and even then, it's a gamble as to whether it's going to work or not. That's what they should be doing. But instead, they just went, no, fuck it, we're doing it for free. Why? Well, because Pirate Bay did it for so long. And then you ask the people at Pirate Bay, well, okay, but, why'd you do it? Well, I mean, Napster did it for so long. And then you ask the guy behind Napster, well, why'd he do it? Well, I remember back in the day when my dad would, record videos that we got from the video store on blank VHSs. And then you ask that person's dad, and he goes, well, I mean, I remember when, we had record players and all this other stuff, and, we couldn't afford the record, so, I'd borrow it from my friend, and then what I would do is I'd pop it in, because, my family had this really bitchin' sound system, and I'd record the entire album on tape. Just because it's been going on for a very long time doesn't mean it's legal. Wonder if Sony would go after the PS2 emulator people. They do not distribute ISOs or BIOS. Their software works with 98% of PS2 games. If Sony really wanted to, they could. Before that, it was copy off the radio. Yeah, exactly, Sophia. 100%. 100%. This has been going on for a very, very, very long time. People are the catch is that if somebody records, because we did it. My family did it, right? Hey, there's an episode of Star Trek Voyager, right, that I really, really want to see, but I got to be up early tomorrow morning. So my dad would be like, don't worry, I'll tape it for you, right? So he'd set everything up, everything would be good, it'd be recorded, whatever, and then I'd watch it. Now, I'm not taking that tape and disseminating it all over the place. It's for my personal use. That's fine, but it's still unauthorized. And God forbid the FBI ever decided, hey, listen, these people are recording TV shows and recording movies and everything like that, and even though there's no actual, unauthorized reproduction or distribution or exhibition, we could still take them to court. We should totally do that. I would have been homeless by the time I was 12. So this whole argument of video game preservation is literally just a smokescreen 90% of the time. And this is coming from somebody who grew up with people doing this around him. This is coming from somebody who used to do stuff like downloading shit from the Pirate Bay, downloading shit from Napster and LimeWire and Kazaa Lite and FrostWire and C++, and the list goes on. That's not preservation, that's illegal distribution. That's specifically why when people download stuff, they specifically state it's not the downloading that's a problem, it's the distribution that's a problem. That's why they do it that way. Because if you cut the head off the snake, 90% of the people will sit there and be like, nah, ain't worth it. Nope, not worth it. Not at all. Preserving games through piracy, yeah. How does that make sense? It was all illegal in Canada. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all, Mongo. I do not doubt that whatsoever. But yeah, that's how it works in the States, right? It's not the people who download it. Downloading a thing is not illegal because they can't, unless it's tracked, they can't necessarily tell what it is that you are downloading through a peer-to-peer system. But what they can do is they can put trackers in certain files and they can see where those are being illegally disseminated. So that's what they would do. And that's what they still do, right? That's why, like I said, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, somewhere around there, right? I got the thing from my ISP saying, hey, we just got a letter from a really pissed off game company that said that you're infringing on their copyright stuff. We don't personally give a shit, but now they're breathing down our necks, so cut the shit or we're cutting your service, fuckhead. You see what I mean? This has nothing to do with video game preservation. People are using that as a catch-all term because they want to seem a lot more noble than what their intentions actually are. They said it just like that. In so many legal words, yes. That's exactly what they said. I wish I still had the letter. I really, really do. I really wish I still had the letter, because it was something that came certified by mail, right? To make sure that it ended up in my hand. I had to sign for it. And they literally went, hey, this very, very angry company is sending us a letter to cease and desist in terms of allowing you access to our service because you are infringing on their copyright. Cut the crap, because if we hear this again, that's exactly what we're going to do. Trust me, that's not video game preservation. Not even remotely close. And to be fair, kind of glad, especially with all the dumb shit I did over the course of 15 years, kind of glad that there are some movies and stuff that died with my old PC. Because now I don't have to worry about these guys coming in. You know what I mean? Like, it's stupid. I don't have to worry about my ISP going, hey, listen, don't be dumb. I don't have to worry about it because I don't do that crap anymore. It's just, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. So this whole video game preservation thing is just, no. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Like, just because I didn't get caught for watching Solaris way back in the day from a place that, you know, was downloaded through, it doesn't mean it wasn't right, or it doesn't mean it was right. That's not movie preservation. That's just me being a dick. Remember when Blockbuster would sell their old stock? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But again, the cool thing was, at least with Blockbuster and other stores that did that, right? The cool thing was that it was already paid for to begin with. So when Blockbuster would turn around, they had the authority to resell it because they were considered a vendor. So we were buying it legally, which was perfectly fine. Whereas if they bought it and they weren't paying, they weren't listed as a vendor, and then just going, here, look at all these DVDs, look at these Blu-rays, look at all this other stuff. Hey, bring them home, throw them on your disk drive, copy them, do whatever you want. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Some of the videos Blockbuster bought for rental cost in the low hundreds. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah. There were a lot of real crap movies. And again, oh, God, there was a movie, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was awful. It was like a 1997 B movie. And I remember renting it from, I want to say it was was it Movie Scene? I think it was Movie Scene, which was just a local video store. And because it had an actor that I really liked. I can't even remember the name, right? But I watched the movie and it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Do I care? Especially considering that movie was labeled as like a terrible B movie, like not even funny B movie, just absolute quick cash grab B movie most people have never heard of and isn't important enough to remember, do I actually give a shit if that thing falls into obscurity, never to see the light of day again, and all copies of it end up in a dumpster somewhere? No. Do the maybe tens of other people that actually saw the movie give much of a shit? No. So is it worth the money for a possibly now defunct movie production company to spend tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to preserve that and put it on Blu-ray for nobody to have it and nobody to go out and buy it? No. That's the same thought process behind video game preservation. If a company doesn't know that there is any demand for it, and people aren't going through the right channels and instead they're just pirating it, it's not going to make that video game company be any more amenable to going, hey, maybe we should just port this. Instead, what it's going to do is it's going to piss them off and they're going to find ways to take people to court. That's what it's going to do. I'm not saying that Nintendo is squeaky clean. By no means are they squeaky clean. Neither is Sega, neither is Sony, neither is Ubisoft or EA or like any of those other companies. But at the same time, when's the last time we saw a video game company that is still around today, that is its own entity, that came out 15, 20 years ago, that said, hey, you know what? If people download our stuff, that's perfectly okay. But maybe later on down the road, when they have the money, they decide maybe they want to support us and actually buy our product. I can't think of one company still around today that is its own actual individual entity that survived from that time period that did that. I can't think of one. And I'm not sitting here and saying, oh, you know, I mean, the video games industry is fine or anything, not even remotely close. But there absolutely is an argument. I remember when the creators of the Peak game said they'd rather you pirate their game than play that Roblox ripoff they might be suing. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they did. But that's also a newer game, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about back in like 2004 up through like 2016. I can't think of one company that's still around that did that. And there were a few of them, but I honestly don't know if any of them still exist anymore. And none of that was done under video game preservation. None of that was done. When they have to come out and say, hey, if you want to pirate it, that's okay. The word pirate is in there, meaning they understand that what you're doing without their permission is technically illegal. That's kind of the issue. Next. This one worries me, by the way. Call of Duty movie set at Paramount and Activision. There's going to be a Call of Duty movie. It's headed for the big screen. Paramount has signed a deal with Activision for a Call of Duty movie, the video game series, which started off as a World War II set adventure, but has since transitioned to modern day. Quote, has been the #1 best-selling video game series in the U.S. for 16 years, with over 500 million copies sold globally, reaching hundreds of millions of players worldwide, and driving pop culture conversations for over 2 decades, according to the official release. Under the partnership, Paramount will develop, produce, and distribute a live-action feature film based on Call of Duty, designed to thrill its massive global fan base by delivering on the hallmarks of what fans love about the iconic series, while boldly expanding the franchise to entirely new audiences. There's going to be a Phasmo movie? Oh, dear God. Both companies are committed to honoring the brand's rich narrative and distinctive style, promising an authentic and exciting experience for longtime fans and newcomers alike. David Ellison, chairman and CEO of Paramount, a Skydance corporation, said in a Tuesday statement, "As a lifelong fan of Call of Duty, this is truly a dream come true. From the first Allied campaigns in the original Call of Duty through Modern Warfare and Black Ops, I've spent countless hours playing this franchise that I absolutely love. Being entrusted by Activision and players worldwide to bring this extraordinary storytelling universe to the big screen is both an honor and a responsibility that we don't take lightly. We're approaching this film with the same disciplined, uncompromising commitment to excellence that guided our work on Top Gun: Maverick, ensuring it meets the exceptionally high standards this franchise and its fans deserve. I can promise that we are resolute in our mission to deliver a cinematic experience that honors the legacy of this one-in-a-million brand, thrilling longtime fans of Call of Duty while captivating a whole new generation." God damn it. Wasn't The Rock already named as one of the actors? That I don't know. But I want to check something out really, really, really quick. Okay. Executive producer Kiki Wolfkill revealed that the series is a standalone story that takes place within its own silver timeline that is separate from and inspired by the core canon and lore of the transmedia franchise rather than a continuation, adaptation, prequel, or sequel, explaining that they wish to give the two Halo canons a chance to evolve individually to suit their media. Oh boy. Hey guys, you remember how cool it was when Master Chief, by the way, which was also done in collaboration with Paramount. Do you guys remember how cool it was when Master Chief found out that he had an emotion chip in his butt and he stabbed himself in the butt to take the emotion chip out, and then he started to feel things and cry, and then the female Spartan also found out that she had an emotion chip in her butt, and she was about to take the emotion chip out of her butt, and she had to hide it from Master Chief because she didn't know if Master Chief knew about the butt chip. And then she started crying, and Master Chief went over to her in the middle of battle, and he goes, "You took the butt chip out, didn't you?" And she goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, I only know this because you're crying, and I know you're crying because I cried too when I took my butt chip out, which means that you did a thing that I can only do because I'm the main character, but you can't because you're nothing but a secondary character, which means you're fucked for the rest of the series." You remember how cool that was? You remember how awesome it was when Master Chief literally wasn't even in 80% of Season 1? You remember how awesome it was when Master Chief had sex with the girl that was supposed to bring on, as weird as this is to say, the Flood? And the sex was so bad that the next morning, the girl decided that she was going to rip her fingernail off? I'm just waiting for you to tell us what the hell you're talking about. This is literally all in a series, in a TV series called Halo, which was based off of the Halo video games, and it was like a futuristic combat, like military combat series. The main character was known as John 117, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, who was a super soldier of what was known as the Spartan 2 program, right? He's literally been the guy. They turned it into a TV series. And the series was so bad. So bad. The sex was so bad, she ripped her finger. Literally, in the sex scene, it is canon that John 117, because he is a super soldier, has never had sex before. But now that he's taken out the butt chip, he starts feeling things, and he starts to cry a lot, and he starts to wonder who he is and everything like that. And then he meets this girl, unknowingly to him, she's quite literally the person that is supposed to bring about the apocalypse on humans via this this entity known as the Flood, right? But he doesn't know that at this point. So instead, he goes, oh, look, pretty girl, I have boner, we should have sex. And apparently, she's just as sexually starved as well, so they have sex. But then the next morning, she gets up while they're still in bed, and John 117 is still asleep, and goes over to the bathroom and rips her fingernail out. And I don't mean like she pulled from the side to rip it off. I mean, she pulled it, she literally took like a pair of pliers and ripped it straight out. So like she got everything from the nail bed, so it couldn't grow back. Why? Don't know. So literally the only thing that anybody can actually like surmise is the sex must have been that bad. Because it was never explained. I would not dislike a Call of Duty movie if it was made to the standard of the old campaigns, which is never ever happening. That's true. Seems like a major hole in the plot. Oh yeah, it is. Dunno sums up the entire series. Yeah, no, that's exactly my point. Why is it that John 117 had a butt chip? Dunno. Why is it that he deemed it necessary to take out said butt chip? Also dunno. Why is it that he got really pissed off when the female Spartan took out her butt chip? Dunno. Why is it that Master Chief wasn't even in 80% of Season 1? Dunno. Why is it that they focused on a girl that understandably was really pretty and ripped out her fingernail after sex? Dunno. Why is it that she was working with the Covenant? Dunno. Why is it that she was working against her own people? Dunno. Why is it that they were doing literally anything in that series? Dunno. Like, it was so bad. Why not do it the old-fashioned way in the neck or something? Oh, no, that's easy to explain. It's because it had nothing to do with John 117. It had everything to do with them using it as an excuse to get a naked chick on screen. And not have it be sex. That's it. That's all it was. That's easy, but they have to justify it, right? So they have to have Master Chief, they have to have John Halo do it first so that you have context as to the fact that now everyone knows that every Spartan has a chip in their butt. And because she witnessed John Halo taking the chip out of his butt, she goes, wait, does that mean I have a butt chip too? And then she gets naked in the shower room, and then she decides to cut out her butt chip. Because that's the payoff. The payoff is having really good-looking naked chick on screen doing things to her butt. That's the payoff. Okay. Last two things. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater review. Now, this came out before its release. Okay. MGS3 Snake Eater is a PS2 classic. In a way, not many games from that era are. Few games from that generation continue to hold up graphically, narratively, and remain fun to play. Metal Gear Solid 3 is still impressive to look at and play, even in 2025, which is a testament to Hideo Kojima and the team that created and released it in 2004. I never thought it needed a remake. Same with me, by the way. But now that it's here, I'm not sure I will ever be able to go back to the original versions. As Konami grapples with what to do with Metal Gear without its creator, the decision to specifically revisit Snake Eater makes sense. Along with ranking as a favorite among series fans, myself among them, me as well, it's also the first in the broader storyline. Chronologically, it is. It has always been my recommendation for anyone looking to dive into the dense but engaging story, and this version will now be my recommendation moving forward. My biggest fear with the remake was that without Kojima's involvement, the game would lack a soul, and admittedly impossible to define element. Fair. However, because the game is such a direct adaptation of the original, with only a handful of understandable changes, that element of the game came over just fine in the copy-paste improve process. Even without the original creator's involvement, the fact that it came from a team with such a specific and expertly executed idea and point of view remains intact. Decisions like not re-recording the dialogue, as they did for the GameCube remake of Twin Snakes, and keeping all of its strange bonuses and secrets, for instance, Snake can still have a nightmare, all add up to Delta feeling as compelling as it did in 2004, which is a feat. The few changes that were made, however, are smart. Visually, the team at Konami has fully brought the game up to contemporary standards. Snake looks amazing, and as you can see, every scar from every battle on his exhausted face. The jungle in particular, with its dense foliage and various animals, looks terrific. And though no element of the cinematography or cutscene choreography has been changed, it is filled with renewed life thanks to all the heightened detail and new lighting. Later sections of the game, when you are spending more time in plain military buildings than outdoors, lack the impressive pop of those early moments, but they still look fantastic. I would actually argue that some of those set pieces later on in the game look even better than just insert jungle setting here. You can use the original controls if you desire, but the new standard controls make Snake move and shoot more like a random third-person shooter. It took some getting used to, and early in my playthrough I would panic when I got caught and muscle memory would make me press the wrong buttons. That happened to me. But I can't imagine ever going back to the way things were. I was popping off tranquilizer headshots quickly and efficiently and having a good time doing it. Quick changing camo with shortcut keys is also a godsend and finally fixes an element of the game that has always annoyed me. I think that's fair too, because the way that you have to used to do it, you'd be completely taken out of the game. You just would. One place where Delta's age does show is in its writing. Don't get me wrong, it has been years since I played without skipping most cutscenes. For this playthrough, I remained fully and consistently engaged with the characters and the story's direction. The boss's journey has always been the highlight of Snake Eater, and I appreciated it all the more playing the remake. But there are moments where you just have to suspend disbelief. Why wouldn't they take Snake's radio when they put him in jail? Why do they let Tatiana, their prisoner more or less, come and go as she pleases? In one moment, antagonist Volgan literally says, "Very well, I'll explain it before I kill you," before settling into an extended and frankly absurd monologue doing precisely what he promised. That's a James Bond trope. It also takes entirely too long for the game to start. As a longtime fan of Snake Eater, I find these elements charming and even comedic, but I completely understand if a newcomer gets frustrated by the excessive and frequently self-indulgent character lectures. Metal Gear Solid Delta makes the case for its existence quickly. It smartly adheres to what made the original game great with evident reverence and makes updates only to the most crucial elements. For fans like me, it colors Snake Eater in a new light and elevates it to something better than I remembered. It's impossible for me to objectively imagine this being my first experience with Snake Eater, but I am extra excited for those players who have always been curious about Metal Gear for this to be their starting line. Game Informer gave it a 9 out of 10. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Have they put out a patch yet? I don't know, honestly. I missed the stream where you gave your thoughts on the remake. Short or long answer, is it good and does it replace the original? Does it replace the original? No. But it's not meant to replace the original at all. What it's meant to do is it's meant to be a gateway for people who don't have access to or don't want to bother with the original game, whether that be the OG that came out in 2003, no, 2004, or the HD remaster, because of the way that the camera works and because of the way that the antiquated controls are. This is a very, very, very good way to introduce people to Metal Gear, to show people how great it is. So it's not trying to replace Metal Gear Solid 3. Instead, what it's trying to do is bring it to a newer audience. Is it the Master Collection version, the OG? No, it's the HD remaster. Ugh. Sorry, I'm drinking my water. Yeah, Master Collection version is HD remastered versions of MGS2, MGS3, and Peace Walker. Ooh. That's what that is. So it's not there to replace Metal Gear Solid 3, and I don't think it ever will. But I don't think that's what they were trying to do either. I really feel like they're trying to appeal to a new audience who, again, doesn't either A, have access to the older stuff like the OG, or doesn't want to deal with antiquated movement and antiquated controls that are antiquated by today's standards through the HD remaster. I really didn't like that you basically just knew the game was going to crash literally every play session. I really hope that gets sorted out. Me too. Me too. And honestly, that was the only problem I had. That was the only problem I had. That's an Unreal 5 problem. That's 100% an Unreal 5 problem, and unfortunately it doesn't help that the CEO of Epic came out and said, well, that's because everybody's doing it wrong. But people, that means that conceivably people have been doing it wrong since UE5 came out, and not once up until now, and the backlash with the remake of arguably one of the biggest video games in video game history, that they decided, well, now we're going to start inputting things so that way we can actually talk with developers, instead of putting a thing out beforehand going, hey, you need to do things a certain way to make sure that your game doesn't keep fucking up. Which means they knew ahead of time, but they're only talking about it now to cover their ass. That's the sad part. It's not a good look for Silent Hill F coming out. We'll see. We'll see. I wish I had more news, but the only thing I can say is we'll see. Oh, I know it's UE5. I know it is. But again, we'll see. That's all we can do. UE5, unfortunately, is a crapshoot. With some games, it works almost flawlessly, like it did in Expedition 33, even though I had a grand total of, I think, 3 crashes throughout a 40 to 50 hour game. RoboCop, there were points where it happened every 20 to 30 minutes. And during a 12 hour and 45 minute playthrough of Metal Gear Solid Delta, it happened 10 times. Silent Hill 2 Remake, it wasn't an issue. Correct. Yeah. Silent Hill 2 Remake, it was not an issue. I never crashed once. So, unfortunately, it's a crapshoot. I wish there was a better way to describe it, but it's true. It's UE5 is a crapshoot. Either somebody knows exactly what they're doing, or somebody doesn't, but regardless of whether they do or don't, there's no rhyme or reason as to when or why UE5 will crash. To the point where there were people that commented on the statement that the CEO made from Epic, and specifically said, you know, it would be nice this statement would be nice and would be an indictment of the entire video games industry if your fucking engine, while actually trying to build a video game on it, didn't crash randomly. And there were thousands of people that literally said the exact same thing. There were other people, Vag, actually, one of ours, Vag, he tried UE5, and he came in the second night that I was playing Metal Gear Solid Delta. Now, Vag knows what he's doing with a computer, okay? He absolutely knows what he's doing with a computer, and he decided he was going to take it upon himself to take a look at UE5 and, I don't know, see maybe he could do some stuff and so on with UE5. Guess what? He can't even start the fucking thing up. It just crashes immediately. How awful is that? How absolutely awful is that? So my thoughts on Metal Gear Solid Delta. Aside from the crashing, the game is gorgeous. It's faithfully recreated. It is a great way to get new people in to be able to appreciate and show a demand for more Metal Gear. I don't want a new Metal Gear game. What I want is all the Metal Gear stuff to be on modern hardware. And I think Metal Gear Solid Delta is a surefire way of getting people to want a Master Collection Volume 2 and to do their own faithful recreations of those games that are getting so old that it's really hard for people who have never seen or experienced them before to actually really appreciate those games. I think it really did a fantastic job. Does it have problems like the crashing? Yes. Does it have problems on consoles like frame drops and they're not consistent and, you know, weird upscaling from a really odd resolution? Yes. All that needs to be fixed. I completely agree. But, and we know this because Corgi has, he has the PS5 version, if I remember correctly, and Dawn also has the PS5 version, and both of them have come out and said, you know, barring a couple of little things here and there, which you only notice for a couple of seconds, and then it goes away, they haven't had any problems. So, I have personal anecdotes, and there are also a lot of other people who really, really enjoy what's going on with Metal Gear Solid Delta. And the most important question to me was, does any of the crashing, does any of the performance issues or anything like that, does it stop allowing you to have fun with the experience? And the answer, quite literally, is no. Even with all the times that I crashed, you know what I did? I took it for granted and went, that's okay. This thing loads up in 35 seconds. I'm okay with that. Let's keep going. Was it annoying at times? Yeah, absolutely. But as soon as it came back, I was sucked right back in. Did you like playing it via the new camera and controls more than the OG? Yes. Actually, yes. My biggest issue with stuff from this era is that nothing was really truly defined, and especially when it came to Metal Gear Solid had its own language in terms of how things were done, which also, by the way, changed over the years. So, in terms of how Metal Gear Solid Delta works, is more along the lines in terms of actual game mechanics and control. It's more along the lines of a combination between the HD remaster controls and Metal Gear Solid 5 controls that bridges the gap, but it's still to the point where, because it's the start of the story chronologically, it makes sense as to why the controls wouldn't necessarily be as immediately responsive or intuitive. Not responsive, intuitive is the better word, as Metal Gear Solid 5 is. Right? It makes sense, because we're talking almost 20 years, roughly. We're talking almost 20 years between the events of... Actually, no, we are talking 20 years between the events of Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 5. So from a stylistic perspective, in terms of keeping somebody in the game, it makes sense why certain things wouldn't be immediately apparent for the character that you're playing versus what would absolutely be apparent in 1984. And I think they walked a very, very, very fine line, and I think they did it really, really well. So what would I put it at? It's very, 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 very close. Metal Gear Solid 3 would still be, for me, the best video game of all time. But literally overlapping it, or I should say, Metal Gear Solid 3 would overlap right over the top of Metal Gear Solid Delta. That's how good Metal Gear Solid Delta was for me. To be honest, we become accustomed to video games being incomplete and sometimes poorly made, 76, but in this case, I'll give him a thumbs up. No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And you know what? Again, sure. Did they not necessarily have any idea what they were really doing with UE5? That's entirely a possibility. I agree. 100%. That could absolutely be a possibility. But at the same time, you can't blame everything on Konami. The problems that have consistently plagued UE5 games have always been there since day one, and Epic does not want to take accountability for that. It seems like it's quite literally just the OG but updated, so it makes sense it'd be good. It was just the crashes. Literally, it was just the crashes for me. That's it. That's the only thing. Like, take away the crashes, and what does the OG have over Delta outside of just being the OG? The only thing that it does have, and I do have to say this objectively, the only thing that it does have, and I know a lot of people really, really liked it, is there was a very distinct way that characters from any franchise in video games at that time were designed, that, and even sets for, you know, areas that you're supposed to be going through were designed during that time. There was also a very stylistic aspect in terms of colorization that is lost unless you put on one of the filters. So there is that very specific thing that can be pointed to, but overall, I think they did a fantastic job. I really do. The only problem with Konami is, where the fuck is the Fox engine and why don't you use it? There's two reasons. Or there's two answers, I should say. The Fox engine is only being used right now for soccer games. And the reason why it's only being used for soccer games specifically is because they don't know how to make it work the way that Kojima and people made it work. The Fox engine was developed specifically to be used for Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, and what was PT and would eventually become Silent Hills had that project gone forward. PT was taken off completely by Konami from the Sony stores. So the only way you can play it now is if you can get your hands on a PS3 that hasn't been connected to the internet since 2014, I believe. Silent Hills never came out, and Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain were both a massive bitch to get working the way that it worked. And then Konami went out of their way after Kojima and Konami parted ways and came out with Metal Gear Survive, which was on the Fox engine. Do you really, really, really want the company that made Metal Gear Survive to start using the Fox engine again? Pretty sure if you bought PT on PS, you still have it? No, because it wasn't something that you bought. It was free. And Konami actually put a thing out there so that what ends up happening is if you have a PS3 and it was connected to the internet, after some period of time, you would be locked out of it completely. They would remove it from your PlayStation because it is something that they offered you for free and had every right to take back, and that's exactly what they did. So literally, the only way that you can get your hands on a playable copy of PT is if you had a PS3 that has PT on it that has not been connected to the internet since before they took it off the PlayStation stores. Because there's been new BIOS and new firmware and new software that has been added to the PS3 over time where it just wipes absolutely everything. I have no idea where you're seeing that, but that's literally news to me, and I guarantee 90% of the people out there. PS4 users kept it in their library. Pretty sure it could be PS4, but no, they don't have access to it. If it's been online and they've been taking those automatic updates, they don't have access to it anymore. They just don't. So you're telling me that only one studio knew how to use the engine? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you, Fafo. That's exactly what I'm telling you, because Koji Pro designed it. They were literally the people who designed it. They made it specifically for Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, and PT and Silent Hills. 2 of those games don't exist anymore for all intents and purposes. And 2 of those games are the only successful, really successful games that the Fox engine's ever been used on. Everything else has been crap. If your console was offline before that happened, you can still use it. Yes, if your PS4 console has not been connected to the internet before they started doing that stuff, then yes, you still have it. Once you connect to the internet, it automatically starts downloading the updates if you don't take care of it beforehand and you don't think about it, and it will completely wipe it. That's how it works. So if your buddy still got one, tell him to turn around and sell it for, $1,500, because he can make a pretty penny off of it. If he doesn't want to use it anymore, he could easily sell it. Because people go nuts over PT. Because there's a very, very, very small percentage of PlayStation 4 users who are actually able to keep it. Now, last thing. I was asked, I wonder how far that has... hang on. There literally 2 things came in at the same time, and I started reading them both simultaneously. I wonder how far that Gmod PT game has come. That one was actually pretty decent. I don't know. It wasn't terrible, I'll give him that, but it definitely wasn't PT. It was a nice attempt, though. Very nice attempt. I got a friend who still has his PS4 with PT, supposedly. Last time I told him he was going to check if he still had access to it. Okay. I mean, I hope he does, and I really hope he doesn't connect it to the internet, because if he does, that's it. So, last week, I was asked about emulating MGS4. Would you guys like to see how much of a giant pain in the ass it is to emulate MGS4 on RPCS3? Really, really, really quick. I did tell him do not connect it to the internet. Good. Good call. This is from 7 months ago. I'm currently playing MGS4 on RPCS3. I have an RTX 3080 and a 5800X3D with 64 gigs of RAM. Basically, with the exception of his graphics card, he's got the AMD equivalent of what I have for Intel. Same amount of RAM, I just have a little bit newer of a card, okay? I'm also playing this on 120Hz 4K display with VRR. So I have plenty of PC grunt and a display which helps cover for the inevitable frame drops. Okay. Downloading and setting up RPCS3 is very straightforward, and their website walks you through everything. The hardest part will be getting the game on PC. You need to dump a ROM off of your copy of the game, which is the legal way of doing it. There are other ways, but that bit is on you, and I can't explain here. Once you have the emulator set up and have the game files on PC, you need to search on YouTube for how to set up MGS4 for RPCS3. There's a number of videos, but I used this one and he links it. Once you've done that, I hope you have 1.5 to 2 hours to spare, because the SPU and PPU compilation takes that long, and your CPU will be running flat out during that time. Thankfully, this is a one-time affair. That should be the game set up and playable, but the frames will still drop dramatically at points, so to overcome that, I recommend an application on Steam called Lossless Scaling. The icon is a yellow rubber duck. This app provides software-based frame generation and can scale the emulator's output resolution to your display resolution, so when the frames drop to 40 FPS in some sections, I'm still getting a smooth 80 FPS on screen. There's a lot of information online about how to use the app effectively, or you can ask me through this post if you get stuck. A lot of information, and I've tried to keep it brief. I'd suggest starting the process, and if you get stuck, reply to this post and I'll help wherever I can. So I have to somehow get my copy of Metal Gear Solid 4, my hard copy of Metal Gear Solid 4, turn it into a ROM after I download the files. Then I have to install RPCS3, then look up how to actually set up MGS4 for RPCS3. Then I have to watch a YouTube video that shows you how to properly set it up. And then I have to wait 1.5 to 2 hours while the SPU and PPU compilates everything that it needs to do in order to make sure that the game runs properly, and it'll pin out my CPU, so I can't even sit here and watch shit on YouTube because it'd be like watching a picture show. And then I have to download another program to run in the background while running RPCS3 so that the frame drops are taken care of. On top of also having to run DS4 Windows, because RPCS3 doesn't have any compatibility with a PS5 controller, so I have to run DS4 Windows to make my PS5 controller look like a PS4 controller so that it works with RPCS3, while I'm also running lossless scaling in the background so that the game runs perfectly. You can see why I really don't want to do it. The PS3 emulator is a huge pain in the ass. Oh, yeah. And there is a thing on here. First, you need to download. Yeah, I got it. Then you will need to install the BIOS, which can be easily obtained from the PlayStation website, which is true. These are to be installed onto RPCS3. This will allow you to play ROMs. So I literally have to download RPCS3, download DS4 Windows, download lossless scaling, then download the BIOS, the correct BIOS for the fat boy, to install on RPCS3. Then I have to somehow get a Blu-ray, like an external Blu-ray reader, so that I can transfer it off of the disc to make my own ROM. Then I have to set it all up, to make it actually play. Then I have to turn my PS5 controller into a PS4 through another program. Then I have to run a third program behind all of that to make sure that the game actually runs the way that we think it should. That is a whole hell of a lot of work for not a whole lot of payoff, especially after I'd be sitting there for 1.5 to 2 hours, if not longer, depending on what else is running on my computer at the time, and assuming it doesn't crash it, specifically to play a game for a grand total of 20 hours with very little payoff. Also, I do not believe save states work on this emulator. The saves would be a few gigs each. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, I've definitely got the storage space. I'm not worried about that, but still. There's no denying that it's a pain in the ass to run, but to be fair, people looking into emulating this game are running much better rigs than this one. There are people that absolutely are, but now we're talking about a barrier to entry that's got you looking at like a $10,000 PC. How many people right now have access to a $10,000 PC? Right? That's a really, really big barrier to entry. Really big barrier to entry. So it's a giant pain in the balls. Giant pain in the balls. So yeah. Like, I would love to do MGS4. Maybe one day, if I'm feeling really stupid, I'll give it a shot. But, A, I'd need an external Blu-ray disc reader, which I don't currently have. Yeah, it sounds like a massive pain in the ass. And then even this guy says, also, you could just wait. It'll likely be part of the next Master Collection that'll probably release within the next 1 to 4 years. Me personally, I'd rather do that. Maybe that's just me, but I'd rather do it that way if I'm actually looking at it objectively. Because emulation for RPCS3 is a giant pain in the balls, and it's literally the only thing I'd ever use it for. I don't care about any of the other PS3 games. Any of the other PS3 games, I can just renew my subscription to PlayStation Plus, and I can play those there. But MGS4, that's the only one I'd use it for. And why the hell would I use it for anything else if I'd have to go through that entire process over again just to get it to play correctly? You know what I mean? It just... it sucks all the way around. So, yeah, I mean, like... hang on, let me do this, because after this we're doing Squirrel anyway. Yeah, let's type in YouTube to YouTube. MGS4, 4K, 60 FPS. Full game, no commentary, which is fair. Now this looks great, but I guarantee you this person right here is running a $10,000 rig. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to see action stuff. Here we go. Perfect. And you can tell there's still frame drops going on. Even with all the power this dude's rig has, there's still frame drops. Good shot. Where is... I don't want to watch any of the cutscenes.
This is HQ. We're under attack. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution. The enemy is
Yeah, you can tell there's still frame drops going on. Even if this guy is using lossless scaling, which I honestly don't know. But you can absolutely tell there's still frame drops. And when there's heavy action, oh my god. It's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Where is it? Yeah. This is the stuff I want to see. Because this is where it really lags out, and you can still see that there's still quite a few sections where it hesitates for a minute. So it's not consistent 60 FPS. It does look good, though. I'll give them that. It absolutely looks great. Where's the frogs? Yeah, massive frame drops. Does it take you out of the game? No, but this is not consistent 60 FPS. So, like I said before, I think what would be really, really cool, and again, I was really surprised, and they'd probably been working on it for a while, but I was really surprised the turnaround time from the time Delta was announced to the time it came out, how well it actually runs, minus the crashes. My thought process is, this thing is going to be an absolute bear to port from the PS3 because it is one of the most complicated video games in history. Not only just to run, but to make sure that everything that's in the game runs the way that it should. My thought process is, do with this what you did with Metal Gear Solid 3 for Delta and make Metal Gear Solid Delta Guns of the Patriots. Now you have an updated version. Maybe the enemy AI is a little bit better. Maybe the NPC AI is a little bit better, so you don't have all the crap running in front of you. Make the controls a little bit better. Do it in UE5. And that'll give people a stopgap to getting the original on Master Collection Volume 2. Because we know this is going to be an absolute feat in and of itself to get the thing to run the way that it should on modern hardware today. That's honestly, that's the way that I see it. You know what games I'd like to see you play through is the Siphon Filter games? I mean, Siphon Filter was good for its time. I don't know how well it holds up now. I liked Siphon Filter back in the day, but, yeah, I honestly have no idea how good it would hold up now. I feel like we'd have a lot of very, very, very antiquated controls. The graphics themselves wouldn't necessarily be all that good. And again, it would be something I'd have to emulate, and I wouldn't be able to emulate it legally, because I don't have a hard copy of it. Now, if it's on Steam, that's great, but Steam is also notorious for not optimizing anything, so I'd have to get it off of GOG, and hopefully GOG would have it, but I don't know if they do. I have no idea. Pretty sure they're all on PlayStation Plus. I don't know if I'd want to do it on PS Plus. I like PS Plus, but PS Plus kind of has its own situation going as well. That's kind of a tough one for me, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I want to do it on there. All right. Squirrel time. Let's do it. Also, I don't remember if I asked this, but Sophia, how are you doing? Since they're first party games, yeah, because they were put out by Activision, if I remember correctly, weren't they? Yeah, weren't they created by Activision, though? Oh, 99, okay. Doing fine and dandy, except ready to toss my laptop out the window into the lake. Oh, no. That's no bueno. Okay. I gotta shoot every pumpkin. Damn it. There we go. They're all internally developed by Sony devs. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I did get that one. And I got that one. Okay. Good. Nice. Runaway post? What do you mean runaway post? What happened? Damn it. There. Doing UR run of games. I finished the 3 Tomb Raider, now I'm finishing Dishonored. UE run, okay. Gotcha. Nice. Ended up getting a Switch too. Oh boy. I typed there and went to hit the shift and hit end. Oh. Fair. Hey, it happens. We've all been there. Shit. No, don't you fall off, pumpkin. Come on. Stay with me. Stay on target. Nope. Okay. Stay on target. Honestly, I really wouldn't mind Nintendo if buying a Switch 2 wasn't proving them right in their business decisions. There we go. Finally. Okay, now I have 40, now I can go get the thing. I have a house on my head. Plus, when the new FromSoft game drops, I can play that now too, but I might want to wait on that if it's anything like Night Rain. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Well, so it's... I know the new one is supposed to be PvPvE. Night Rain isn't, but I don't know much of anything else beyond that. I haven't looked into it really a whole hell of a lot. MK World is pretty fun. Seen good things about the new DK. I might hold off until reviews pop up for the new Pokemon game. I've heard some really decent things about the new Mortal Kombat as well. I think that's supposed to be coming to PC. If it does, I'd actually like to pick it up. Maybe not something I play on stream, but, you know, I think it'd be fun. I could totally see it being fun. But, yeah, other than that, I can't do anything about the new FromSoft game, because that's strictly Nintendo Switch 2. There were demos at the recent gaming cons. Nice. Elden Ring on Switch 2, apparently it struggles to run. I don't know if it's out yet. I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't really looked. Okay. That is done. And I got the stuff from the graveyard, which is also good. Now I need to tackle the rest of this, and I'm not sure how. Cyberpunk seems to run pretty good with slight frame drops here and there in handheld mode. I could see that, because it's running on battery. Oh, I see purple. I see the purple tank. I don't see the purple tank. Fuck. I thought I saw purple. Damn it. Shit balls ass. Oh, that dude took that right in the face. I already got that one? Yeah. Ah. I gotta figure out where the purple tanks are. And I feel like... yeah, I feel like I gotta inflate at least some of them. Balls, shit, and wieners. Oh shit, one of the umbrellas isn't up. Damn it. There. Actually, what does the house do for me? Literally nothing. Okay. Took a photo of me playing Cyberpunk on the airplane when I was traveling? Hell yeah. Lady, what are you doing here? Nice. Okay. Oh. Bomb suit. Just trying to remember which way I have to go. I already got that one. Oh, yes, I can get this now. Oof, 490? Ow. I genuinely believe that there's a special place in hell for HVAC and insurance companies. Fair. Totally fair. I am gold. I take it there might be a wee bit of a problem, medicine. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. I really am. Especially HVAC shit. That is no fun. May take days before my unit's repaired. Ew. That's awful, dude. I'm sorry. And it's 90 degrees inside. Oh my god. No! Fuck. Okay, there's two. I need to get the purple ones. I don't know where the purple tanks are. Oh, no, wait, I do. At least I have an idea. I think what I need to do is I need to blow this up. I think that's what I need to do. What the hell is moving? Oh, it's that thing. But in order to do that... Shit, I don't know. I gotta go back up either way. No, I was talking about the rocks. I hit the button again. Shame on you. I was talking about the rocks. Bomb suit. I did it again. I hate how that button is placed so much. Jesus. Oh. No, I'm not abusing it, and it's not a fart button. Okay, I already got that. Nice. Okay. So now I need one of those weights. Actually, just give me a brick. Nice. Whoa. There's the tank. Diving suit. Nice. Oh, that's so much better. How the hell am I supposed to get anything down here? No! Helium, no! Need a lot more height. How am I supposed to get a lot more height? Oh, that's how you oh, anchor. Okay. Okay. I do like that I can actually swim up. That's really cool. Jesus. Ow. What's the name of that all WoW server? It's called Turtle WoW. Nice. There's 3. I'll take it. Yeah, I'm gonna go back for the acorn. I just want to put this over here before I forget about it. There. Nice. Anchor management. Hell yeah. Wait, there's another one in here? It says there's 3 in this water hole. Where's the third one? Where does this go? You cannot reproduce artwork without permission. Yeah, right? Jelly jumping. Uh-oh. Oh. I can't see. Or maybe I have to turn them all into gold? I don't know. That's entirely possible. Especially considering the pumpkin one. I think that might be what I need to do. Oh. Nice. Nonprofit project developed to emulate outdated game versions strictly for educational and nostalgic purposes. Educational and nostalgic purposes. Well, educational is fine. Nostalgic has no bearing whatsoever. But there's no education going on because they've already created their own races within their version of the game, and they're also planning on redoing everything in UE5 that is based off of someone else's IP. And they're, like we covered earlier, also encouraging people to, quote, donate. So, absolutely, it's for profit. Nice, okay. Now I gotta go back up and figure out where the hell that all goes. I hate that fart button so much. Also, I hate the fact that you have me calling it the fart button. What the hell happened over here? This wasn't even... Oh, these are the guys I blew up. Okay. I was like, that one wasn't even me. Nice. Might as well while I was doing that. Also, this dive suit works really well. I wish it would work like a bomb suit, but I don't see that happening. Okay, where do they want me to go with this? I wasn't gonna fire. Fuck that noise. Okay, doing the Uzi thing is a bad idea. So we just won't get that next time. Another thing Blizzard can do is get a website blocked unrelated to WoW. I found a malicious website mimicking an official one. I reported it and the website was nuked a few days later. Good. And I hope that they... I really hope they do. Like, I mean, feelings aside, in terms of, like, what WoW is, because that's a conversation for another day, but, yeah, these people are just being assholes at this point. I really feel like they need to be shown exactly what can happen if they just want to be dicks about everything. Oh, now see, this is the way to do it. There we go. Nice. So now there's only one more button, which is that boy over there, I think. Ooh, I just thought of a way. Take this. Oops. What about our dune bases? I check mine every few days. No bullshit. I do. I go on for like maybe about an hour just to make sure everything is the way that it needs to be, and if I need to... I have everything for mine basically on like low power standby, so I don't have any of the turbines running. I have no turbines running. I have my generators running. If I need power cells, or fuel cells rather, I go out and I grab fuel cells, come back, dump it all in, make sure that my taxes are paid. There you go. So it's just running on low power right now. Yours will be foobar? Oh no. Damn it. I'll need a lot more height. Well, how am I going to get a lot more height? That's the only thing I can't figure out. Ah, crap. Holy shit, that squirrel has a gun. Someone call Spider-Man. Oh, God. How you doing, Sober? How are things, buddy? Am I just, like, not doing it from the right spot, maybe? I don't know. It says I need a lot more height, but there's no way I can get higher unless I, like, rocket myself up from here, but that'd be about it. But that'd be the same amount that I did already. Maybe it is just a spot thing, I don't know. We'll find out. Just a thought, do you need height or more weight? Can you take the kettlebell or something? Well, so it did say you need to do it from a lot more height. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to be higher, but I see what you're saying and I don't disagree, I just don't know. Damn it. Let me try something. What did that do? Oh! Okay, that didn't do what I thought it was gonna do. Yeah, it outright says you need to... Here, I'll show you. You'll need a lot more height to press this button. That's all it keeps telling me, sadly. So how you doing, Sober? How are things? It actually helps if I hit the jump button instead of just walk right off the side. How was your day, Sober? I'm good, just woke up, it's dark, raining pleasantly, got a fat mug of Earl Grey hot. Nice. All the humans are asleep. Perfect. I'm doing okay, I'm tired. After stream last night, for me, I went to bed early. Which was only like... I think I went to bed at like 3 a.m. Again, for me, that's early. But then I was up for at least another hour, laying in bed. And then I slept for 2 hours and then got up at 6 a.m. and was up till, I want to say 1:30 in the afternoon. And then I took like a 3-hour nap. And I only ended that 3-hour nap roughly a little under 2 hours before I started streaming. Bitsy sleepy, yeah. What's Earl Grey? It's a kind of tea. Tea. Earl Grey hot. Based off your reaction, what do I have the feeling that there's something aiming at me right now with a sniper scope? See, even these guys don't give me enough height. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. I might have just fingered it out. Fuck. Didn't you mean to say Earl Grey is the best kind of tea in the whole wide world? I totally meant that. Absolutely. 1,000,000%. Yep. I thought you did. Yeah, thank you. No, thank you for correcting me. I completely agree. Wholeheartedly, it's the best kind of tea in the world. Ever. God damn it, now I want tea. Which would probably do my voice like fucking wonders. Because I know my voice sounds like I've been through 40 miles of bad road. Lady Grey is more citrusy, and I suddenly hate that sentence. Touch the lemon citrusy, oh god. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do here.
Base update, it's Joe.
Damn. Thank you for the 5-bit Spectre. Sorry, for some reason I thought you were talking about chamomile tea. I'm tired. No, I get it. But yeah, no. I think a cup of tea would do my voice a lot of good. Aw. I'm just out of range. Damn it. And the worst part is I would go and make some tea right now, but it would take me more than 5 minutes to do so. Not because, not because I don't have a kettle. I do. Unfortunately, I have an asshole oven / stove. Okay. Here, you're gonna hate this, because I hate it. The stove that I have was put in by the landlord, so, and it's not their fault. They didn't know that this is a thing that does this, right? But apparently, I did some research, and they've done some research. This is a thing that this particular stove does. When you turn the burner on high, right? With most stove / ovens, ranges, whatever the hell you want to call them, right? When you turn the burner on high, what is it supposed to do when it gets up to that temperature? The burner is supposed to stay red, right? And it's supposed to stay at that temperature when it gets there, right? No, it doesn't make a sound, but the burner itself turns red because it's that hot, and then it's supposed to stay there. Mine doesn't do that. Mine does what Sober's does. Mine gets up to temperature, stays there for like maybe a minute, and then shuts itself off, and then it has to wait to shut off completely, and then it turns back on to get back up to temperature. So something that should take a grand total of 5 minutes takes more like 10. And it only does that for the high setting. So I have two options. One, I turn it on high. I turn it to the highest setting. It turns red. It gets almost to boiling. And then it turns off. And then it starts the process all back up again. And then the kettle starts to whistle. Or I put it slightly below, but then it takes 7 to 8 minutes, if I'm lucky, for it to get up to temp enough so that the water inside the kettle starts to boil. How awful is that? Which, by the way, really, really, really sucks when you want to make, like, a really good meal. Because imagine trying to cook with a wok, right? Where you need high temperatures, everything's supposed to be done really quick, and it's supposed to be like a 5-minute deal when the burner stays on. But now, because I usually cook enough and, you know, give some to my neighbors and everything like that, I want to make sure that I have enough for them. So in an ideal situation, it'd take me maybe 15, 20 minutes. But now, because the burner itself decides, nope, need to shut off because now I'm glowing red, and then it has to start the process all over again, it takes 2 to 3 times as long. So I'm looking at 40 minutes to an hour to do maybe a 20-minute job. Looks like something out of Warhammer. He does. I need to figure out how to get this last button. And I don't know how. A Squirrel class Titan. True. Oh, fuck. I was so close. It's okay, I think I might actually have it figured out this time. At least for that attempt. Okay. Take this. Load it. Damn it. Okay. Here's what I'll do. Or you can go off in that direction for 0 reason and I'll have to get another one. That's fine too. I don't know why, but it did. Why don't I RP? Because it's not high enough. I've already tried it like 3 times. And you need to land on it. You can't like shoot it. Or apparently you can. Or you could just do a rocket jump. Okay. Fuck it. Why not? Sure. I'll take it. If you had asked me to do that before, I would have told you for a million years that never would have worked. But fuck it. Hey, it worked. I'm not complaining. I was trying to do it the way they wanted me to, which was do a rocket jump. Whatever. It's fine. So everything, and I mean everything, got wiped off. Fortunately, a nearby stronghold had a bike for grabs. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Oh, there's the quadcopter. Oh, shit. I need 400 kills, though. Or 400 nuts. Okay. I need to get more nuts. Okay. Yes. Yes. I think getting 400 might be tough. We never do things as intended. That's totally fair, actually. Aha, there it is. Perfect. Oh, you idiot. Okay. No. He's hiding. Hang on 1 second. Okay, we're at 310. That's good. Yeah, let me take a look at this. Let me take a look. I mean, that is cool. I like the idea. I like the artistry behind it for sure. Here, take a look. I've already said it. I think Guy Savage is a perfect argument, and I really mean it. I think it's a perfect argument as to why Bloodborne should be remastered at the very least, or remade entirely, like they did with Delta. That might just be me, but I really feel like that's a perfect way to prove that it needs to be done. Aha! Bomb. You go over there. Where's the bomb? I just saw the damn thing. There it is. Oh, balls. Okay. Oh. Okay, apparently that was just there for me to blow up. Dark, but dork fantasy I like too. True. No, I don't want to call a car right now. I need to kill people so I can get the quadcopter. Also, I desperately need to pee. Did it? That's actually kind of funny if it did. I didn't see it. It did. That is funny. No, quad, not nut. Or did I actually say nutcopter? I don't remember anymore. Shush, I'm tired. Did that dude just trip? He just... Okay. He just tripped and died. Got it. You said quadcopter, but I prefer nutcopter. I need 5 more nuts. Damn it. I need to put 2 more nuts in my mouth. There's one. There we go. Now I got all the nuts in my mouth. I need to go use them. Save game, yes. Oh! Oh boy. Okay, now I can put on the thing. There we go. So it just makes the copter disappear. The nut copter. All the nuts are spilling over. Nutmeg that guy, it's true. Damn, okay. Put that down. Nice. Damn it. Worth a shot. All the nuts! Rocket launchers are very dangerous. This is true. Oh! Ooh, sniper rifle. Yes. That's the way to do it. You nutmegged that guy. I love nutmegged. I don't know why. Oh boy. Heck fire. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, this thing sucks for this. Jesus. Uh-oh, next phase. What the fuck? Oh! Oh my God. Come on. Jesus. Holy shit. Okay, that was... yeah. This is insane. Oh, we're back to the first thing anyway. Oh, I threw myself into the lava. Oh yeah, no, they're fucked. They're royally fucked. Oh, okay, it goes through the blades. Good to know. Yes! Got him. Jesus. Yeah, I'm definitely not sorry that song's over either. Where the hell am I going? Oh, that's it? No kidding. Wow, I beat it. This was really good. Yeah, this is easily one of those games where it's just like, come on. It's so damn good. How can you not like it? Also, you're not seeing the quadcopter because I have the aviator hat on. Oh, you can actually... Okay. I didn't realize you could hit them. That's awesome. That's so funny. Do it all over again so you get the full 129. Oh no. Save game, absolutely. I hit the fart button again, god damn it. You've beaten the last boss, but the fun isn't over yet. You can now buy a quadcopter and fly it around the neighborhood. No way. No, it opened up the entire map. So I can literally just go anywhere now. That's what it did. That way I don't have to do anything in order, and if, like, I missed stuff, I can go back and get it and find all the secrets and, like, all that stuff. When you're having a bad day and just need some fun, yeah. This was a really fun game. Really, really, really fun game. Yeah, I really, really, really enjoyed this game. This was well done. Very well done. I ended up liking this game a lot more than I thought I was going to. I knew it was going to be fun, but I didn't realize it was going to be like this. You know what I mean? Nope. Quit the title. Yes. That was fun. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll leave it here for now, because I desperately need to pee, and then we'll figure out what we're doing after. So give me a few. Okay, I is back. And that was a glorious pee. Mafia hit Squirrel with the pizza place. Could be funny. Oh, God. That was really, really fun. I actually really, really enjoyed that. Let me, hang on. I'll go to library. I know you can't see. But give me 1 second here. I wanted to check something. Let me see. They did put out an update notice for Delta. This was August 28th. Resolved an issue where performing consecutive survival knife attacks to secure food would cause the game to crash under certain conditions. Fixed an issue where removing the crocodile cap from the survival viewer while equipped could cause the game to crash under certain conditions. addressed crashes that could occur when collecting food near a hungry crocodile under certain conditions, corrected an issue where transitioning from a roll into a crawl could cause the character model to float in midair, fixed an issue where the player movement could become restricted under certain conditions in areas where intrusion view is used, and resolved an issue where the game could crash under certain conditions while in radio window. We're grateful to have so many players enjoying the game and sharing valuable feedback and issue reports. Please rest assured that we are actively investigating and addressing all reported concerns. We'll share further updates as soon as they become available. We'll share details about upcoming updates as soon as they're confirmed. Thank you for your patience and continued support. So they are working on it. They are definitely working on it, which is really, really, really cool. And I like that. I think that's fantastic. Good on them. Seriously good on them. I actually really, really like that they're doing that. What have they done for Master Collection Volume? That's bonus content. Yeah, we got that. Support for Steam trading cards and badges. Got it. Confirming Steam controller input settings. This was huge. Trading cards and badges. Yep, that's fine. This was in March of last year. Analog input did not work as intended and has been implemented. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool. Good on them. So, I mean, they are actively working on stuff, which is fine. That's totally fine. I don't have any issue with that. That's February 14th. September 25th, announcing version 2.0. Oh, that's the original. Okay. This is the original Snake Eater. What's the major update? Screen settings expanded. Yeah, I noticed this, actually. So, when I did Metal Gear Solid 1, right, there was a thing that I could do to put it in 16:9, and the entire game was like that, which I thought was really, really, really cool. I thought that was really cool. So, I mean, they are definitely doing stuff, for sure, which is awesome. So, hey, you know, totally worth it. And honestly, I still think Delta is worth it. And obviously, so does Tilted, which is great. And I hope that Tilted's having fun with it. I really, really do. Go to store page. Let's see if anything's changed. It's very positive. Let me see. Why is it so many modern games have issues with optimization, 40 FPS on a game like this? Seriously? Bro, it's Unreal Engine 5. Snake Beater. Jesus. If you're wondering if it's a remaster, a remake, or any kind of hybrid, it's a remaster of the HD remaster from a decade ago on 360 and the PS3. The mechanics and controls, including the dynamic camera introduced in that version, that's not correct whatsoever. The only thing that changed the game itself is the character item models, along with the textures that have been given a complete HD overhaul and give it a modernized look. That's, again, not true whatsoever. You have the hot buttons that allow you to do the quick changes for camouflage. You also have the hot button that allows you to do the radio calls, both manually and just the quick ones that you need, like save and Zero and Paramedic and SIGINT. I'm not recommending this game currently because it's optimized like ass with frequent slideshow frame rates during cutscenes and gameplay that are jarring to say the least. I never experienced any of that. The other reason I don't feel super happy with revisiting this classic is the price tag. $70 is obnoxious. This is in no way a new game. They never claimed it was a new game. They claimed it was a redo. That, whatever. I think most of the character remasters, but some look off compared to the original. Adam, not Revolver yet, Ocelot, stands out as kind of looks samey with the other characters. No, he doesn't. I don't know, it's something with the jaw lines. Yeah. What he's talking about in terms of... Here, let me bring this up. I'll do it this way, right? MGS Delta Ocelot. What they're talking about is they're talking about the jawline right here. The reason why they did that, and apparently this idiot doesn't understand it, is specifically because if you look at Ocelot in MGS2 and MGS4, he has a very angled jaw. So they're trying to make it so that it looks a hell of a lot more similar to what we see in MGS2 and MGS4 versus triangle face with the original. That's what he's literally pissing and moaning about. They look almost identical on every character except Snake, but that's probably because he has a beard. Honest opinion, wait until they iron the kinks out with the performance. The frame rate drops are bad. No, they aren't. And I'm operating over recommended specs. If you're a longtime fan of something that's been waiting for this, and you haven't bought it yet, maybe shop around until you find it for 50 or 60. This is like getting back in your old car and only giving it a new paint job. Still has a pull to the left, shocks are gone, and it smells like an ashtray. Okay, but if it still smells like an ashtray, wouldn't that be your fault? That's kind of where this whole thing, like, really, really, really falls apart. If it's your old car and it smells like an ashtray, wouldn't that be your fault? Maybe that's just me? Let's see. Other than performance issues, which, fair, I think this is the best way to play MGS3 for new people to the series. All the original game content being added back to the game, plus new features, are fantastic. And with the online coming back in the future, this definitely feels like a full package with tons of content for hundreds of hours. With the original being easily accessible, you have multiple ways to experience this story, and with 3 being the best in the series, it's a good place to start since it's first in the timeline, though I highly recommend experiencing the series release order. If you're absolutely new to the franchise, this is the best one to play to see if you're interested in going through them all. I think I would actually have to agree with this. Is this review helpful? Yes, I absolutely think it is. For Metal Gear Solid Delta, to go back to that, I really do think that for new people, this is probably the best introduction you're going to get. There's a lot of people that tried doing that with MGS5, understandably, but it wasn't going to work. And it wasn't going to work because they have no concept of what the hell's going on previous to it. And at the time, again, the only way that you could actually really do anything is going on PS Plus or PlayStation Now, which it was originally called, and doing it that way. You know, so I agree with this. The game was fantastic. MGS3 is a god tier game, but at the moment I have to give it a big thumb down. The amount of fatal crashes I had is a joke. I had to complete this game on the same save file 4 times due to the fatal error crashes happening during the ending cutscenes. Once these issues are patched, then it gets the thumbs up. You know what? In all honesty, I think that's fair. And I really, really do hope that they go back and they change it once it's fixed. Fantastic and authentic remake. Personally experienced minimal performance issues and 0 crashes or bugs. Super happy to finally have played Kojima's masterpiece and the best Metal Gear Solid game, 10 out of 10. I can't say that I didn't have 0 crashes. I think I had like 9 or 10. But I agree with everything else. This was never my favorite MGS. Thought a remake might change my thoughts on this one. Wish they remade MGS4. This game isn't bad, but not worth full price. What? That kind of gave us nothing. Game crashes constantly. I've lost tons of progress and had to replay entire boss fights multiple times. Great game, but the technical state is a mess. The fact that it barely hits 60 FPS with a 4070 Ti Super and a 9800 X3D is a joke. It's always back to that. Sounds like they didn't fully vet this before release, but on PC it's difficult, but there is a trend. No, and I agree. I do agree that there does seem to be a trend, and it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because, and I said this earlier, I don't think, with everything that I experienced, I think most of it is a UE5 problem, right? Now, the CEO of Epic has already come out and pissed and moaned saying it's Konami's fault because they don't know how to use UE5. And if it was just them, I'd say, okay, you know what? That is fair. But it's not just them. I experienced 2 to 3 crashes with Clair Obscur. I experienced crashes every 30 minutes in both RoboCop games. And I've experienced crashes with other games that were also Unreal Engine 5. So there's obviously a trend where there's some sort of fatal error going on with the game, because that's all that pops up. It just says UE5 minimal, or they remove minimal altogether, and then it just says fatal error, and then it just crashes back to desktop. That's a UE5 problem. And here's the reason why it's a UE5 problem. It's their problem specifically because if you have all these developers and Epic is going out of their way to literally say, oh, people just don't know how to use our engine, then why didn't you tell them in the first place? Because this has been an issue that's been going on for years. And only now, after one of the most celebrated games of all time and one of the best video games in the history of video games has been reported as to having these issues, why is it that only now are you coming out with a system that allows developers to talk live with people who actually created the engine in the first place to ensure that things like this don't happen? When you've had this problem for years and you haven't done shit about it. To me, that sounds like they're doing it to try and save face. You see what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. If they were staunchly for blaming everybody else and saying you don't know how to use our engine, and it was incredibly easy for any developer to get in touch with Epic to begin with, to talk about problems that they are currently having with not only developing a game in UE5 and making sure that the game is optimized properly in UE5, why would they have to do anything? You see what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. To me, that sounds like they know that they've got problems, and they're doing this to try and save face now. Because even a game as fantastic as Clair Obscur, I still had crash issues. Still. And here's the other thing. Like you said, Crit, PC is really, really difficult to vet and to do QA and to do optimization for, because there are literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of combinations of hardware. So we clearly see that there are people that don't have any problems, like this guy. Minimal performance issues, 0 crashes or bugs. Okay. Well, if he doesn't have any problems, there must be God knows how many others that are the exact same way. Right? Finally got the chance to play this masterpiece with the new control style, though I was really annoyed that it's capped at 60. Used lossless scaling to get it to 144, and there is a movement delay, which is annoying, but got used to it. Overall, pretty good. Okay, pretty good game, runs well on my system, a bit too faithful to the original area translation loading and all, which was a PS2 limitation. That was an active decision that they made, though. But other than that, it's a good updated version of the game. Okay. 3 is still the best Metal Gear game, and Delta makes it the best a Metal Gear has ever looked, but good luck running it at 60 frames per second without upgrading your graphics card first. Again, this is not anything new. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around why people deem it a Konami problem when they have a graphics card that can't keep up. Oh my god, who cares? Below 60 is still good. I agree. I completely agree with you. 100%. I think it's a little asinine. Because this is like a really light dig, right? This is the best Metal Gear has ever looked, but good luck running it at 60 frames per second without upgrading your graphics card. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, you got companies like Dyson EA and Activision Blizzard that are now requiring for their new games for Secure Boot to be on. I don't see, and you have to go into the BIOS, right? You have to go into the BIOS to turn on Secure Boot. I guarantee you there's a shit ton of people that almost bricked their PCs just so that they could try and play Battlefield 6. And that was just the demo. Or not even the demo, that was just the beta. Right? So, why are we complaining about 60 frames a second? Like, frames are going to drop. That's, I mean, I hate to put it that way, but even when I knew frames were dropping, because I could physically see it, it lasted for maybe half a second. Why in the F would you have to enable Secure Boot to play a fucking game? Oh, I can tell you why. The reason why, let me bring it up, actually. They explain it a lot better than I can. Battlefield 6 Secure Boot. I can't find it. Okay, basically what it is Secure Boot only allows digitally signed apps to run. And by digital signatures, it basically is able to verify that any and all systems that the application has to interact with is not going to possibly allow for the exploitation of like low-level services that are running in the background. So, like, if you use, say, like a Cheat Engine, right? I know that's been around for forever. If you use Cheat Engine, and I don't know how Cheat Engine works, but I'm assuming that it uses low-level or low-security processes to tap itself into the game that is digitally signed so that the game doesn't realize what's going on. Right? And that it still plays as normal. By turning Secure Boot on, it doesn't allow non-digitally signed applications like Cheat Engine or other stuff to be allowed to run. So it eliminates, like, it cuts an entire swath through hackers and people who want to exploit and stuff like that with third-party tools that are not digitally signed. That's why they're doing it. Whether that's actually good in practice or not, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I've always been of the opinion that when it comes to EA, because EA has done this for decades now, when it comes to EA and a new Battlefield game, they always proudly advertise way before the game launches who they're going to be using for an anti-cheat and how they're going to, you know, what other steps they're going to take. To me, that just works back-asswards, because the problem is now you're also advertising what things are going to be needed for people to download that are going to be able to bypass that anti-cheat. Does that make sense? Like here, I'll show you the latest trailer, because they dropped a trailer not too long ago, actually, for the full thing. Miss the days when you just bought a game and that was it, right? Yeah, here we go. This came out 5 days ago. This is the brand new trailer for it. 4K graphics, uncapped frame rate, which is awesome, by the way. And there was a report that actually came out that said people were able to play. This game was so well optimized that people who have hardware that is below required specs are still actually able to play this at a decent enough frame rate, to the point where it actually works and works well. That's how good this game is optimized. Credit where credit's due, that's insane. Protected by Javelin anti-cheat. They do this all the time. All the time. They've done this with every single Battlefield that I've ever played or seen, right? They come out with a trailer and it talks about the anti-cheat months in advance, and I understand what they're trying to do is they're trying to go, hey, you don't have to worry about people who are going to cheat. Why? Because it's protected by Javelin, or it's protected by, I think it was BattleEye way back in the day, right? And there was another one, I think GameSpy was the other one, right? And it's like, that's all well and fine, but my problem is quite literally with their advertising, okay, here's Javelin. I guarantee there are already programs that people use to get past Javelin anti-cheat. I absolutely guarantee there are. So that just means, oh, Javelin anti-cheat. Okay, so I need to pay however much it costs for one of those programs. And then they go out and buy it. That way, day one, they can just do whatever the fuck they want. Same thing with GameSpy. Same thing with BattleEye. It was the same way, right? There's always ways around it. It's never going to be a 100% cheaterless game. It just never is. Sadly. 600 plus customization options on PC. I saw a video, by the way, the other day, and it actually kind of drove me nuts. Hang on. Phew. Excuse me. I saw a video the other day, and it actually drove me nuts because this guy was complaining about, oh, well, it doesn't have proximity VoIP. Right? And I went, no, it absolutely has proximity VoIP. 100%. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate it. Also, now I'm burning crit. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. But yeah, no, they do have proximity VoIP. It's just you have to go through a couple of different menus to find it, and because it was beta, they didn't have it turned on by default. Now, I agree that they should have, but it is there. Carnage actually did an entire thing with the people that he was playing with that showed how it does have it. Same thing with the compass, right? So up top here, there's a compass that gets turned on in the options, or at least it was for the beta. Which is all well and or that's how it ran for the beta. Now, whether that's something that you have to turn on after the fact, once the game finally releases, is anybody's guess. I would hope that that's on by default. But, yeah, this guy was just pissing and moaning about things, and he's like, well, where's this? Where's that? It's like, bro, you didn't fucking look at anything. You just went in and started playing. You didn't look at any of the options in the menu. You looked at nothing. What is wrong with you?
Destroy that target!
Yeah, Portal. So Portal looks interesting, by the way. So Portal is it's basically a dev kit that allows players, and it's anybody who owns the game can do this. So long as you own the game, you can literally get a dev kit that allows you to create your own maps, and it allows for user-generated content servers. How cool is that? Again, I can't wait for fans to put COD maps in the game. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. So look at this. Now here's a piece of road that's just sticking up, and chances are this is probably a race to the top while you've got vehicles that are exploding and falling down around you and you have to dodge them. There's another one. Look at all of these planes. And it's literally just going to be a bunch of guys sitting in a tower just trying to see how many of them they can kill before they get taken out.
Contact! Get out!
I don't know about you guys, but I am absolutely stoked. Absolutely stoked for this. Like, the beta was phenomenal. I could not get enough of it. Could not get enough of it. And it was just amazing. It really, really was. Couple of slight issues here and there that I'm hoping they take care of. But I can tell you that even if they don't, it's still going to be a fantastic game. When does this release? October 10th. So we literally have 1 month and 7 days. Why can't it release tomorrow? Well, so here's the cool thing, and this is something I thought was actually really, really, really interesting from the perspective of devs. I think we can all agree that the beta itself was insanely well done, right? All of us who played it, all of you guys who watched it here or watched it on another channel, we can all say that the beta was absolutely, it was a banger. Easily the best beta for a Battlefield game that EA and DICE have ever had in the history of the franchise, right? What they're doing right now is they've gone through 2 weeks of beta, and I know this because I'm part of it, even though I haven't done it yet. I am part of it and have been welcomed to it. But I can't stream it, by the way. Closed beta play testing is currently going on to fine-tune things. That's why it's not coming out till October. Yeah. So right now, there is an entire massive group of people, myself included, who are all welcomed to do closed playtesting. But because it's closed, I can't do it on stream. I can't show anybody. I can't take video of it. Nothing. Right? But that's what they're doing. They're doing more playtesting and everything else. Specifically to go ahead and fine-tune things and look for bugs and get more like actual feedback versus just everybody and their mother going nuts during the free beta weekends that they had. These are for people. What they're doing now is for people where the game has been pre-ordered. It's out there. They got feedback from the massive amount of people that were trying to join all at the same time when the beta launched. They know what to expect when this game drops. So they got all that data. That's fantastic. Now, all the people who have this pre-ordered are able to go in and actually sit there and help log bugs, log different things where, maybe assets or stuff like that aren't aligned properly so that people can, hide underneath the map and crap like that, or possibly adjust damage outputs for certain weapons and certain ammo types, and possibly adjust ranges for different guns and so on. They're doing all of that now before it releases. That's pretty cool. I can respect this, but of course I'm not waiting for it either. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. Battlefield is not for everybody, and I completely understand that. Same thing with Call of Duty. I haven't been a Call of Duty fan for a while, but that's because of a bunch of other reasons. Yeah, generally beta releases like that are to vet the back end and stress test certain code things. The mere fact they had that much going on at the same time is impressive, so makes sense what you were saying. Yeah, absolutely. And I will give you my experience when I first logged in, okay? This seems so much better than COD from what I could see. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll give you my experience when I first logged in, right? So it took me like 2 hours to figure out what I needed to do to make sure everything was set up and make sure Secure Boot was on and so on, right? Last thing I did before I went, okay, I'm ready to go, is I logged in for the first time. Now, I was at 130,000 in queue to wait to connect to Battlefield's online services for the beta, which sounds like a lot, except for the fact that at that point, it had already compiled all the shaders for the hardware that I have, to the point where once I connected, the only thing I had to do was turn off motion blur and I was good to go. I never touched any other setting graphically, and it ran beautifully. And that 130,000 number in queue Anybody want to guess how long it took me to get in? Anybody have any idea how, just ballpark, how long it took me to get in and wait in queue to connect to their services? Because everybody here, like, we all know about queues, right? If this was Blizzard, I would have been waiting for about 7 or 8 hours, easily, right? When they come out with a new WoW expansion, and they do a public beta, it can literally take hours upon hours upon hours with the same or a worse queue, right? And Sophia, you almost completely nailed it on the head. It took me, give or take, about 10 minutes. Yeah, give or take, it took me roughly about 10 minutes. So that was enough time while I waited in queue. That was enough time for me to go take a dump, get out of the bathroom, make a sandwich, grab something to drink, and then run around in the firing range just to make sure everything was going to work the way that it should. That way, the next stream, all I had to do was double click, and I waited maybe 2 minutes to get in because I was already good to go. And that was it. So I went from 130,000 down to 1 in about 10 minutes. That's insanely good. Had that been Blizzard, I would have been stuck there for 8 hours. We all know that, right? So I, especially after playing the beta, I am a hell of a lot more optimistic than I am cautious. There is definitely still caution because there's always the chance that it could fuck up. But I loved what I saw. How many minutes? 10. Give or take. Took me 10 minutes. To get from 130,000 in queue down to 1, it took me about 10 minutes. They spent a hell of a lot of money for that weekend. Absolutely they did. Yeah, it took me the same. Pretty quick given the amount of players. Absolutely. Absolutely. And to be fair, I was actually really, really concerned about the queue because I sat there, and that's why I did it, you know, after it released, because I was like, well, if there's ever going to be a stress test, it's going to be everybody getting on all the same time as soon as it releases, right? So I was really worried about that, and when I saw that number of 130,000, I went, oh, fuck, I'm going to be here for a while. And then it started ticking down really quick. And I'm like, I should probably go do what I need to do now, because I don't think this is going to take long. And then sure enough, as soon as I got back, sandwich and drink in hand, I was ready to go. I was already connecting to their online servers. So very, 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 very impressed with Battlefield 6, and I honestly cannot wait for this game. This is going to be so much fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. So my hat's off, you know, to EA and DICE. I really don't want to say this out of turn. And that was the other thing. This dude, and I'm not even going to bother trying to find this fucking video because it was such bullshit. he basically said, you shouldn't be happy with how Battlefield 6 is. You should expect more from them. And I went, wait, what? This is literally the same company that way back in the day, for starting with Battlefield 2 and Battlefield 2142, took away UGC private servers and made everything official so that there was no more UGC available, took away the UGC kits from people, locked them out of it completely, and then made Battlefield 3, which the beta was a disaster, made Battlefield 4, where the beta was a disaster, and then they broke Battlefield 4 for over a year trying to fix the simplest of problems, and creating new ones along the way until they finally went, oh, fuck. Meanwhile, they apologized up and down the entire time. Then went on to make Battlefield 1, which had a very crappy beta. Then went on to make Battlefield 5, which also had an incredibly crappy beta and was not good. And then went on to make Battlefield 2042, which not only had a very terrible beta, but didn't have half the stuff that they promised in the game, and was also running like complete ass. I'm pretty sure them coming out with this the way that they have is probably the best they've been since the launch of Battlefield 2 and Battlefield 2142. And this guy's telling me that I should expect more? Bro, they didn't know how to make a game for 15 years. And I should expect more? If this was every Battlefield game has been flawless up till this point, then yes, I would agree with him. But it hasn't. It's been problem after problem after problem after lost content and canceled DLCs and battle passes that didn't matter and gameplay that was dog shit and frame rates that were all over the place and connectivity issues that didn't make any sense and tick rates being awful and people pissing and moaning because they kept going with BattleEye, which was absolute crap, and everybody knew how to bypass it and get cheats in, and like for 15 years. And now they finally have their finger on the pulse of the audience and gave them everything that they wanted. But I'm supposed to expect more? How about we just celebrate the fact that this game is going to be the best Battlefield in almost 20 years? How about we celebrate that, and then we can worry about expecting more for Battlefield 7 or whatever the fuck they decide to come up with next. How about we do that first? Like, am I in the wrong thinking that? 5's beta was absolute canned farts. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play this motherfucker day one. I'm going to get some snacks, and I'm going to have a fucking good time and not whinge. I wholeheartedly agree. Wholeheartedly agree. And I've already told Tilted. I've already told Tilted, by the way, day one, I absolutely want to team up with Tilted. 1,000,000%. Because it was so much fun doing that with Tilted. I had a blast. Those were some of the funniest fucking nights. They really, really were. We all had a lot of fun. That we talked about how, you know, maybe things need to be balanced a little bit more in terms of players for rush mode and so on. But generally, it was just overall really fun and really good positive vibes, and we had a blast. So I already told Tilted, no, I absolutely, if we can, I want to team up day one. I'll likely grumble to myself about connection issues day one because that's part of the experience. Connect, I want to shoot people. That's true, yeah. Tilted is good times. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tilted is a fantastic being that whom we all love and adore. Just take your direction, soldier. Yeah, exactly. I want to be able to get my kit and grab my shit because I want to go to war. That's what I want. That's absolutely what I want. They made me laugh immensely in Hell Let Loose. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell Let Loose was fantastic with Tilted and everybody else. 100%. And I'm sorry. I know. I get it. But I can tell you, still one of my favorite things I've ever done was get on that MG42 when we were on that forest map and just rain hell down on everybody. That's still one of my favorite moments. I'm also day one going to get mowed down like an absolute boob womble. Oh yeah. I think we all are. And that's the best part, right? There are going to be days where you're going to be on, right? You are in that flow state. You're going to be fucking killing people left and right. You're going to be unstoppable. Then there are going to be days where it's just absolute, I don't know what I'm doing. Why is everything going wrong? I'm playing like ass. My team is playing like ass. We're going to lose everything. I'm sick and tired of being 0 and 80. And that's the name of the game. Some days you got it. Some days you get got. There is a single player campaign. Yeah, absolutely there is. I can show you because they talk about it. Global scale campaign. There you go. And I also can tell you, I am 1,000,000% going to be playing the campaign on stream. For sure, I'm going to be playing the campaign on stream. Absolutely. I think it would be a crime not to. You know what I mean? Like, I really, 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 really want to see what the campaign has to offer, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I really, really do. So I'm absolutely looking forward to the campaign, and yeah, I think it'll be a blast. I really, really, really think it'll be a blast. I'm checking Discord here really quick. Excuse me. I know that sometimes there's just chatting topics that people want me to talk about, because we got roughly about 40 minutes or so. What is this? Oh, that's the anti-censorship thing. We talked about that before. Should appeal to many of us. We like stuff that can be categorized as tedium. An offbeat digital newsletter. What is this? Even I'm kind of curious, but fuck EA. I mean, no, that's fair. That's totally fair. I get it. I have not been a fan of EA for a very long period of time. Very long period of time. One of many issues with AI is one of responsibility. Guardrails seem to take a backseat to growth. AI-enabled fast food drive-thrus shouldn't have better backstops than ChatGPT, yet they do. 18,000 waters. Holy shit. Bubsy, yeah. Me and the Bean. What? Massive success of Focused Friend, the ADHD-supported app, hacked by Hank Green, or backed, not hacked, backed by Hank Green, that is currently at the top of the iOS App Store. It's like an inverted Tamagotchi. Oh, interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Oh, actually, okay. I'm about to open myself up to a giant fuck-off can of worms. Giant fuck-off can of worms with this. That reminds me, looks like I'm getting diagnosed with ADHD. Nice to have an explanation why my brain sounds like a Rammstein concert. I mean, honestly, if diagnosing you as that is going to allow you to be able to get help that is needed in order to do what you need to do, then 100%. 100% for sure. I might be complaining less about frame loss. Got a new router. Okay, well, that's good. It died on you? Well, the old one dying on you is not good, but I'm glad that you got a new one, for sure. But here's my question, and this one might get me into trouble. Who here is a fan of Skyrim? They'll probably give me meds this September, but I'm not sure about that. Isn't it basically meth? I know that the most common one is basically like medical grade. It's like a medical grade version of speed. Me originally, but burned out now. Okay. Unofficial Skyrim patch down the rabbit hole.
On July 26, 2011, a modder going by Kevin opened a post to the official Bethesda forums by writing, quote, I spent over 2
Wait. Who do you hate, Bloop? Do you hate down the rabbit hole, or do you hate the guy behind the unofficial patch? Oh, the guy behind the patch? He goes through all of it, and I've watched this, and I'm not... If you can do without the medications, I wouldn't recommend them. The stimulants can make you anxious. That is true. That is very true, Sophia. I agree with that. Yeah. No, I watched this before, and I was like, I don't know when is a good time to bring this one up. But this is really, really interesting, and I agree with you. This dude's an ass.
years working on the unofficial Oblivion patch, unofficial Shivering Isles patch, and unofficial official mods patch, to the detriment of much else. They were a contributing factor to the loss of my spouse, career, house, vehicle, and possibly some sanity, and I can't wait to get back on it. It's all good. She came back, and I'm much happier with just her without the rest of it, including the sanity." End quote. Kevin had spent years in the Bethesda games community building his reputation, and his return was heralded as a great boon by his peers. The replies to this post were littered with enthusiastic players preemptively thanking Kevin and Quarn for their efforts, the latter being another community member of repute who had agreed to join this new project. The pair were known for the niche practice of creating game modifications, colloquially called mods, for other players to download and use to improve their game experience. Frequently, gamers with some relevant knowledge, or simply motivated gamers willing to study, will alter or add to a beloved game's code and content, and this definition encompasses a wide breadth of possibilities. Some mods add new features to a game, while others tweak existing features like user interfaces and character upgrades.
Oh god, it's furries.
Kevin and Quarn, however, were known for creating the least exciting category: bug fixes. Coding errors in games are not only common, but nearly universal due to the complexity of such a task, and bug-fixing mods for popular games are typically community efforts to help solve these problems that, usually for reasons of time or budget, go unsolved by the developers. Bug-fixing mods also tend to be unintrusive, meaning that gamers looking to add new features to a game that they enjoy will often go out of their way to add bug-fixing mods as well, as a matter of course. These mods were particularly welcome for Bethesda's games. Bethesda Game Studios had built a strong reputation for creating immersive and accessible role-playing games.
I really like how he says Bethesda was known.
Featuring large open worlds with a wide variety of content, but they were marred by a perennial problem. The massiveness of their designs left ample room for coding errors to be overlooked. While sometimes amusing, these bugs were more frequently problematic, often breaking the immersion for players and frustrating their attempts at progress. Many of these issues could be traced back to the game engine that they used and the specific modifications they had made to it. While modular, these game engines contained persistent bugs that could be found across multiple of their titles, along with a bevy of new bugs each time, creating a familiar phenomenon known both pejoratively and affectionately as Bethesda jank. Kevin and Quarn had participated in and led bug-fixing mod efforts in the past for prior titles in the Elder Scrolls series, using the name Unofficial Patch for each, and their knowledge and experience would prove useful in the creation of the unofficial Skyrim patch.
Did you ever do a play of Arcade Paradise? I don't think so. It doesn't ring a bell.
Kevin promised, upon the release of Skyrim in 7 months, that 2 years of his modding efforts would be dedicated exclusively to working on the unofficial Skyrim patch. Despite the looming immensity of the project, he was optimistic, closing his post by stating, quote, "Curse my naive optimism, but I really do think that Skyrim will give us much less work to do than Oblivion did. Bethesda Softworks has a far larger team working on it, more eyes catch more mistakes, and has the benefit of experience from Oblivion. So let's hope for the best."
How did hoping for the best go? I'm just wondering. I didn't play it day one. And to mention it because it's prime for a super chill stream, just 90s vibe sim fun. Ooh, actually, that does sound really, really good. Yeah, how did hoping for the best go on day one? Did it go well? Did we win the internet? Something tells me we didn't, but I might be wrong.
End quote. His assessment would prove preposterously wrong.
Oh, well, there we have it. We're not watching the whole thing. We're definitely not going to have time to watch the whole thing, but what I will do is wherever I leave off, I will link it, because I'm out of here in half an hour. So wherever I leave off, I'm going to link this, and I'm definitely going to give attribution so that you guys can go watch the rest of it, and hopefully you guys will also like and subscribe, because Down the Rabbit Hole has a lot of really good stuff. Someone made this? Oh, dude, I've got right now, I'm on something like a 36-page script for a video.
On November 11th, 2011, Bethesda Game Studios released their highly anticipated game, The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim.
Think about that for a second. I'm on 36 pages and I'm not done with the script, and roughly it takes about 2 minutes. Standard. 2 to 2.5 minutes per page to read. That's a lot.
Skyrim was lauded critically and performed extremely well financially, more so than any other of Bethesda's games before it. Oblivion, the previous game in the series, had sold 1.7 million copies in its first month, whereas Skyrim sold twice that number in only its first 2 days.
Jesus.
But the breadth of bugs present in the game was immediately apparent, and these bugs were so ubiquitous that some became practically synonymous with the game, such as the ability for players to climb tall mountains by rapidly jumping against a cliff face, or the tendency for the giant variety.
Now, hang on a minute. the rapidly jumping thing, that is a feature, that is not a bug, okay? I am not the biggest Bethesda fan, but even I know that in Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, and Fallout New Vegas, can't say much for 4 because I never played all of it, but at least for those, that is a feature. That is not a bug.
Variety of enemy to send other actors rocketing into the sky.
Also, come on, that's kind of funny.
While many of these bugs were amusing, they would often cause difficulties and frustrate or entirely block progress, and attention once again turned to the unofficial Skyrim patch, which many desperate PC players hoped would help ease the struggle with the game, many foregoing playing at all until it was ready. Those who inquired, however, were met with an unfortunate response. They would have to wait until the team had access to the modding tools from Bethesda, which would take another 3 months. However,
Ouch.
while the means to properly fix these bugs was not yet available, the community effort to diagnose and document them was now well underway. Members of the forums gathered to collect bugs that they encountered while playing and submit them to the unofficial patch team.
But see, here's the thing. When you're facing something like a giant, if he's cranking back like this, I would expect to be sent to the moon. 1,000,000%. Maybe it's just because I know Bethesda jank, and I think it's fun, and I think to an extent sometimes it can be really funny. But if a giant cranks back like that, I absolutely expect to see the rings of Saturn very, very quickly.
Who would speculate as to their cause. By the time the modding tools were made available, a long list was already prepared for the team to address. The announcement post for the unofficial patch attracted even more attention and built excitement, and the team of bug-fixing modders grew. The next 2 months were spent attempting to fix as many bugs as possible, and finally, on April 6th, 2012, nearly 5 months after the release of the game, the unofficial Skyrim patch, or USKP as it had come to be known, was released. The list of remedied bugs was dizzyingly large and varied widely in scope, and even in this early implementation, modders were quick to add the USKP to their collection.
That is insane.
Its immediate popularity only increased the number of people reporting bugs, further assisting the team in their goal. Its reach was assisted in no small part by the establishment and growing popularity of mod hubs, namely Nexus Mods and the newly released Steam Workshop, which offered centralized platforms for players to find and download mods on browsable and searchable databases, vastly increasing their accessibility.
Can you imagine being someone who's excited for a brand new game? Not necessarily because you think you're going to have fun with it. You already know you're going to have fun with it. But you're excited for a brand new game specifically so that you can get your hands on the dev tools to fix everything that's wrong with it. I'd lose my mind. I'd absolutely lose my mind. I would light a car on fire in protest. That would drive me insane.
The process of installing a mod now was often as simple as pressing a single button. This, combined with the unintrusive and unambiguously positive impact of the mod, dramatically boosted the unofficial patch's usage, both within niche modding communities and a larger, yet less engaged modding public. But shortly after the release of the Skyrim unofficial patch, Kevin, its organizer and distributor, disappeared. Other members
Looks at those weirdos hacking Red M with respect, love, and admiration, and I mean, oh no, I agree. There is a difference though. So Red M, right? Or even 5M. The difference is that Red M and 5M allow for user-generated content, which is really, really cool. And there are a lot of things that fall under UGC, such as stuff like Wild RP, right? It's UGC. It's not directly competing with with the online stuff because it technically is a single player instance that allows multiplayer to be done. Or multiple people, I should say, it allows multiple people to connect to the same single player instance that is heavily modded. So there is that difference. The biggest problem was that for a very long time after Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, there were no development tools. So people like Kano and others who worked on stuff like Wild RP and other servers and so on had to make their own, which in itself was insane.
The team referenced a vague personal issue when questioned, but remained mum on any specifics, leaving other forum users to speculate. None of the team had access to the necessary files to continue the project without Kevin, and soon, as Skyrim received regular updates from the developers, the unofficial Skyrim patch no longer worked with the new, updated code, meaning that this patch meant to fix bugs was now breaking the game.
Oof.
Some began to propose making a branch of the patch themselves to make it compatible.
And yeah, by the way, that does make them crazier. I agree. But I still love them to death.
Finally, after several months of silence, one of the team members, Arthmore, made an announcement to the unofficial patch thread on the Bethesda forums that Kevin would be taking a leave of absence indefinitely, likely never to return, and that he now had control of the project, as well as the other unofficial patches that Kevin had produced for previous games. With Arthmore as the new steward of the project and manager of the team, updates could begin again. As months passed, more and more bugs were discovered, addressed, and eventually fixed by this network of modders.
Oh, come on. When you chop wood, you carry an axe like that while holding your logs, right? That's a feature, that's not a bug. That's how Russians do it.
And over time, many other mods dedicated to fixing specific bugs could also be fixed by the USKP. And so, instead of downloading many different bug-fixing patches, most people opted simply to download the single USKP. To encourage players to forego other projects and rely solely on the unofficial patch, the team posted a list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete by their patch. The active team behind the USKP also meant that it was always kept up to date with the latest version of the game, meaning less concern over depreciation. Soon, the unofficial Skyrim patch had become nearly ubiquitous among modders, and when someone new to the practice would ask which mods to download, the USKP would often be first among them. Its growing popularity had another effect. Because so many people were using it, many other mod authors began creating their mods with the assumption that their users would have the USKP as well. And
Makes sense.
Many modders added it as a dependency, meaning that their new mod would not function unless the USKP was installed as well.
Child-sized skeletons. Okay.
In this way, players who otherwise would not have downloaded the unofficial Skyrim patch or had no interest in it did so anyway, so that another mod that they wanted would function. But while Arthmore was getting affairs in order so that the team could continue work, another of his mods was beginning to receive scrutiny. On February...
Why? So Bethesda has this thing, right? And I don't know why they do it in the first place or allow it. But what it is it doesn't matter whether you're in Skyrim, it doesn't matter whether you're in Oblivion, or if you're in Fallout 3, or whatever. If there are children NPCs, you can't kill the children, which under normal circumstances would be fine, except that the children who are invincible can absolutely kill you. So if you go and you steal something and you start a ruckus and you're taking people out left and right, and then all you're left with are a bunch of kids, you can't do anything. The only thing you can do is run. Right? Because there's literally no way to kill those kids and stop them from attacking you if you do something like that. And I made a joke about it a while ago as to why I was never a big fan of Skyrim, because the problem is, here you are, you're at the top of your game, you're fully immersed, you have become the god of Skyrim, right? You are God. You can do anything, go everywhere, you have every weapon, you have all the armor, you have literally anything and everything that you could possibly imagine. You've got more money than the entire GDP of most countries. And then a kid walks up and just hits you in the dick with a knife and you're dead. I am become Matt Glad. Good to see you, buddy.
February 7th, 2012, Arthmore had released his Open Cities Skyrim mod, which removed the loading zones used to enter cities and instead made the cities a part of the contiguous overworld map. While a minority of players complained of frame rate and crashing issues, the majority seemed pleased with its effects. However, after an update to the mod in June, people who downloaded and used it noticed a peculiar addition. In the largest cities, demolished Oblivion Gates had been added, a structure that featured heavily in the previous game in the Elder Scrolls series.
Welcome back,
According
Fafo.
to a write-up in the Something Awful forums from user Strong Female, quote, "These gates stand out because they're large and are placed in the middle of each city. They also look like shit and have terrible textures. They don't even make sense from a lore perspective."
I really was hoping he was going to say they also look like poo-poo, but he didn't.
End quote. At first, players were confused by their appearance. The post advertising the Open Cities mod on the forums made no mention of the gates, and given that many people downloaded and installed other mods as well, it wasn't clear which among them could have been causing this. When Arthmore's Open Cities mod was identified as the culprit, players began to express their frustration. In response to this quiet, unwanted addition, a member of the Something Awful forums going by Upmarket Mango decided to download the mod, remove the gates, and then re-upload it to the Steam Workshop. When Arthmore discovered this re-upload, he was furious and took swift action, demanding that, under the license agreements for the creation engine and the mod itself, this altered version of Open Cities was to be taken down in accordance with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA, arguing that his content was being stolen and shared without his permission. When Bethesda staff obliged and
This is Gate. Yes.
removed this modified re-upload, another modder named Andreas took it upon himself to try again, except by a different, more clever method. Rather than re-uploading the entire mod sans the gates, he instead offered a mod for Arthmore's mod, which he named Gatecrasher. This small file, when installed alongside Arthmore's Open Cities mod, would remove the Oblivion gates and leave the rest of the mod intact. In this case, he was not re-uploading any of Arthmore's content, only a small file that altered Open Cities in much the same way that modders changed the base game of Skyrim.
So, watching this video, and granted, like I said, I watched it before, I didn't know when it was a good time to bring it up, and we're not going to watch the whole thing, because I want you guys to watch the rest of it, and I really want you guys to like and subscribe to this channel, because it's great. But now I have a much bigger appreciation for people that have to tiptoe around bullshit like this, where somebody adds something that wasn't originally in the game that nobody wanted and nobody asked for. So then somebody goes and they fix it and then re-upload it, and then the original creator tries to threaten DMCA to have it taken down because he doesn't like the fact that something that he put in there himself was taken out without his permission. So then they have to turn around and make a mod for the mod to make it as it should be, not as somebody wants. That is insanity.
This angered Arthmore even further, and he again went to the community manager for Bethesda, demanding that Adreas's Gatecrasher mod be purged from their databases. Again, they obliged. Adreas, however, was not as acquiescent as upmarket Mango. Adreas would later claim that the senior community manager at Bethesda gave him permission to re-upload Gatecrasher to their hosting service, stating that it didn't violate their guidelines since he wasn't re-uploading Arthmore's work, only uploading a file that would modify it, something that many other mods already did in order to ensure compatibility with one another.
True.
With the decision made, Arthmore made his displeasure known. Writing in response to a post on the official Bethesda forums, he began railing against the practice of modifying other mods, stating, "I would consider any mod created for the sole purpose of sabotage and/or destroying content in another mod as malicious software. I fail to see how it could be seen otherwise." He also attacked the character of said creators by stating that, "You can't separate the mentality of those who want to freely rip each other off from the type of person who would exploit such a loophole such as this in order to skirt existing rules on the subject. They're one and the same in my experience." In another post in the same thread, he appealed to the community's moral framework, writing, "Have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles that we're given actual serious thought to enabling the deliberate, targeted sabotage of another's work?" However, none of his philosophizing changed the reality that some users of the Open Cities mod simply disliked Arthmore's extraneous addition of the Oblivion Gates.
And here's the really big thing, right? The really big thing is all Arthmore had to do was come out with a new version of this mod that had an option in it that allowed you to turn those gates off, and everything would have been fine.
And removing these dead gates from the mod was no different to them than making changes to the base game of Skyrim. With Gatecrasher approved, and with no recourse, Arthmore felt forced to capitulate. Making an edit to the main thread for the Open Cities mod, he included a new section at the bottom. Why are there dead Oblivion gates in the cities now? In it, he spent multiple paragraphs defending his decision to include them, citing lore and discussing authorial intent on the part of Bethesda, as well as invoking real-life memorials to battles in the American Civil War and World War II, including Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by fighting back against those who believed that the inclusion of the gates was beyond the scope of the mod, writing, quote, "Arguments of it being feature creep don't fly either. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod, and pay what I believe is an homage to the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion as one of the best games of its time. They are not active portals, and nor are they eyesores. They're not even in your way."
But that's not the problem. The problem is that everybody wants bug fixes. They don't want added shit. So if you're advertising your mod as being something that does thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bug fixes, and you add in something that wasn't there, then you are also taking part in changing the game in a way which people are not looking for, and you are taking the person who wants to have their game a certain way, you are taking them partially out of the equation. You are relieving them of their agency to modify the game how they see fit. And you are advertising it incorrectly.
Still not happy? Thomas Kyra has created a patch to remove the gates. His is the only authorized patch. Any others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them. End quote. Over time, this event would be given a name: Gategate, a reference to the infamous Watergate scandal. According to team member Sigurd Stormhand, who recalled the incident many years later, quote, "The reason Arthmore dug his heels in was, as much as anything, because some users said some extremely offensive things about the gate meshes themselves, which were made for the project by a friend." End quote. While uncorroborated, a user on the RPG Codex forums would state that, as a result of this disagreement, quote, Arthmore's personal website got hammered for days with goatsy, gore, and other horrible things.
Oh, he got goatsied? Oof. Oh, man. I mean, okay. To be fair, I can understand why he came off so pissy. Imagine having a website and you do a thing, and regardless of whether or not you think it's good, people are literally goatseeing you. Day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you're getting goatsy, gore, and other horrible pictures. I'd be kinda pissed too.
End quote. Despite the relatively small size of this controversy, it set a precedent that Arthmore felt justified making additions to the game to better suit his vision by surreptitiously bundling features with mods that had other overtly stated purposes. And those who disagreed with this vision were not only wrong for attempting to change it, but a threat to the very foundation of modding itself. The desires of the user were secondary to the creative integrity of the mod author's intention, and this, naturally, included Arthmore himself.
See, I don't know what Arthmore actually looks like, nor do I really care to, but I can tell you that this face, although digital, now every time if I decide I want to go back and play something like Oblivion, or even in the off chance that, you know, maybe there's a Skyrim remaster that comes out in the future that maybe I want to try, I want to kill every single one of these lizard people. I generally believe in complete freedom in this sort of thing. It's unnecessary, but perfectly fine for him to add the gates. But for those who don't want them, they should be able to access an adapted mod without them. I agree. And again, all he had to do was come up with an updated version of the mod that had these gates in them, and just have a toggle that allowed them to turn the gates off. And everything would have been perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see why that was such a big deal, other than the fact that this person is an absolute pompous nutbag.
Now, Arthmore was in charge of the unofficial Skyrim patch, the largest bug-fixing project for Skyrim, and with more and more mods adding it as a dependency, it was becoming harder and harder for modders to omit it, though few had much reason to do so, given its utility. The team behind the USKP had just been handed immense power within the community, with modders grateful for the massive undertaking and service that the unofficial patch team was providing, and public sentiment strongly in their favor. The momentum of the patch was nigh impossible to stop, and more the modding community was reliant upon the choices and goodwill of the unofficial patch team.
Also, how many people have done the pot on the head thing? I think at some point or another we have, like, in a Bethesda game, we have all done something like that. Whether it be a bucket, or a pot, or a cauldron, or a lampshade, or whatever, we have all done that in some way, shape, or form.
The friction between players and the team would begin early into the unofficial Skyrim patch's lifetime. On September 3rd, 2012, 5 months after the launch of the patch, a forum user wrote in response to the patch's thread expressing their distaste for a specific change that the USKP made to the initial 3 Guardian Stones.
Uh-oh. Yeah, no, I could totally see that sober.
Guardian Stones, found near the beginning of the game, act as guides for new players. Only one stone's boon may be chosen at a time, and adopting one increases the speed at which the character gains experience for a family of skills, encouraging them into one of 3 modes of play. The Warrior Stone boosted the growth of melee combat skills, while the Mage Stone and Thief Stone did the same for magic and stealth-related skills respectively. This helped give new players unfamiliar with role-playing games a set of clear playstyles that they could follow. Arthmore and his team, however, had made a minor change to these stones. Observing the way that skills were grouped in other places in the game, and citing the official strategy guide, they had decided to move the archery skill from the Thief Stone to the Warrior Stone. According to unofficial patch team members, this change was the subject of heavy internal debate. While a relatively small change overall, it inspired significant frustration from a small group of people who felt that this was overreach on the part of the USKP team. One of the few people to speak up about it wrote that, while they were happy with the patch as a whole, quote, "I'm only looking for bug fixes, not told how I am supposed to play the game." To which Arthmore replied, "And that's what you got, a bug fix." This highlighted an inherent problem with bug-fixing projects such as the USKP. There is no public consensus on what precisely a bug is or how to identify one, and what one person might consider an undesirable bug could be an enjoyable feature for another player. Some bugs are easy to identify, such as those that hard crash a game or completely lock progress, but others are not so clearly defined. In order to resolve this tension, Arthmore wrote a frequently asked questions section for the AFK Mods website, which became the primary hub for discussion of the unofficial patch, and he opened this post with a definition. Quote, "A bug is defined for our purposes as a defect in the game that can be factually proven to be broken. This can be anything from a quest that won't advance a stage when it should, to a typo in a book, and pretty much everything in between. Some judgment is used for issues that are more cosmetic than functional, such as the lack of heat blurs on smelters and forges. The game will obviously function just fine without those, but they constitute unrealistic visual presentation."
Well, okay, but again, that is not his decision to make, right? So people want bug fixes so that they can play the game the way that it was intended to be played by developers. And the problem with this guy is that he is defining a bug as a defect that can be factually be proven to be broken. So, yes, I made the joke about, oh, well, this is how Russians carry their axe and their logs, right? But we generally know that that's stupid. Either somebody's going to have something to allow them to hold the axe on their back, or they're going to have the axe rest on the logs while they carry the logs, or something along those lines. That can factually be proven as something that needs to be fixed. Heat blurs not being in is not necessarily a bug. That could be something that was never put in specifically because of time constraints or budget constraints, but that does not mean that it is broken. And that's... this guy at this point is really huffing his own farts. Really, really, really huffing his own farts. But here's what I am going to do, because we are at that time. I'm going to link this video to you guys, and I'm going to do it here, and then I'm also going to put it in the interesting videos section of the Discord, so that you guys can watch the rest of it. I highly suggest and I highly ask that you guys, especially those who are really interested in Skyrim and stuff like that, to like and subscribe to Frederick Knudsen. He does make really, really great content, and this, even for me, somebody who's not a Skyrim fan, I found this incredibly, incredibly interesting. But that is it for me. It's about that time. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We had Spectre come in with bits. Thank you so much, Spectre. I really, really appreciate it. We had Crit, we had Medicine, we had Spectre, we had Sober, we had Fafo, Pixel Pixie was here for a little bit, we had Sophia, Aelin was here at the beginning. Hopefully everybody who was here at the start and isn't anymore is getting some rest. Corgi was here as well. Hopefully you're getting some rest as well, because I know you've had it rough over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, that is going to be it for me for tonight. I will be back later on today. Not entirely sure what we're going to do, but I'll figure it out for sure. Bloop was here as well. Glad you're back and glad you got a new router. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. And until I see you later on, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you guys later on. Thank you so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye now.